I don't, you know,
The newspaper.
I don't see how it shakes out, honestly.
The newspaper is just there so the cockroaches don't take a shit on your face.
Yeah, potentially. What cockroaches, actually? Now that you mention it, what cockroaches? Because it's literally going to be nothing alive. Usually the cockroaches always the thing that survives somehow.
Yeah,
they literally can cut their fucking head off, and this thing will still move around for a little bit because it's just working on off of auxiliary. So that's just crazy to me. But even then, those things won't survive. The entire thing will be literally cleansed.
I think you're highly underestimating cockroaches.
Oh no,
those fuckers have chances of survive no matter what happens.
Well, if they're underground and they're a certain depth underground and they're a certain distance away from the nuclear explosion, because you have to think about it, everything that's in the epicenter of the nuclear explosion, which includes I think about a radius of 10 to 20 meters, will be literally deleted from reality.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an issue.
So the ones that are actually in the explosion, those are going to die. But the radiation itself is not going to kill the cockroaches.
No, the radiation is going to kill you. Yeah. No, 100%. The radiation is not really going to fuck up most of the life except you, which is unfortunate, but that does in fact happen. Also, like, it's another thing that people don't necessarily think about, but there's always this concern when nuclear waste is stored that it leaches into the groundwater and then becomes a problem for those who want to utilize groundwater because it's now irradiated. The same thing will, of course, occur at large scale practically everywhere close to the nuclear explosion in the form of the fallout, polluting literally everything, including, of course, the plants and everything else that you're going to probably want to rely on. Oh, and you will also have to have a means by which you can scrape the earth, at least I think about 0.5 meter or 1 meter of earth. You have to kind of like displace it somehow, because otherwise you're just growing, food on irradiated soil, which then means that the food itself is going to be irradiated, which means that radiation is going to be inside you, which is obviously a bad thing.
So Adrian Dittman is
doomsday scenarios. Doomsday
He's
scenarios.
holding nightly.
I don't usually let things inside me, so I don't know what
X
you're saying.
Spaces if you want to check it out.
Okay.
This is Elon Musk. This is his evening social audio live stream.
Boy, you're gonna love the future, huh?
It's 8:14:24. 8:25 p.m. CST timestamp.
You're literally going to be probed in ways that you cannot begin to imagine. It's true.
Is that a promise or a threat?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Is Neuralink, the V1 probe?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Literally, like, how do you imagine your brain being probed in a way that you can literally not feel it? Because if your brain itself is prompt, given that there's no pain receptors inside of the brain itself, how can you actually even feel that? There is no feel. There's nothing. It's actually kind of fun. But you have like a headache. It's actually not an actual, when you say my brain hurts, it's actually not that your brain hurts. It's actually that the result of whatever is happening to your brain is hurting the skull in which it resides. Like, say, for instance, increased blood pressure can cause, the pressure in the skull to effectively cause headaches, or say, dehydration itself, which then could cause headaches because your brain is kind of shrinking and pulling at the skull itself. That's an issue. So, yeah, so interesting. Well, thanks. So, can I actually, if you're being probed in the future, which you will be, in ways that you can't imagine, then I'd say Neuralink is probably one of those ways that you can define that type of probing, because literally you cannot perceive any probing of your brain. So,
is that also going to be a device to stab your balls every 10 seconds?
I'm sorry, what?
Is there also going to be a device to stab your balls every 10 seconds?
But dude, I'm just going to be real with you. I don't think we're ready for human botnets, just being real.
I was making a look at what the reference.
Sorry, what? Literally, I cannot hear shit that you're saying. You have to kind of come closer to your phone and just hold it like an Uber driver.
10% wrong. I'm doing laundry, so
take your phone and hold it like an Uber driver. You know how to do that? Just like take it in your hand and just just kind of horizontally do this thing. So the microphone's right here and you can talk right into it. I'm doing the same thing as well. Okay, I'm just pacing up and down my room over here, which I don't understand why I'm exactly doing this, but I kind of feel like my the quality of the information that I output is increased as a result of my brain being oxygenated, because I'm pacing up and down, I'm getting a little bit of oxygen in, it's going through my body, it's feel good, feels well. It kind of tends to improve cognitive abilities, right? So they're facing up and down the river here.
I noticed.
But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like, horizontally fucking taking this. We're gonna go flat earth, motherfucker. And that's how I'm speaking to you right now. Uber driver style. Let's go.
Remember when Uber came in, like they were, like all the taxi drivers were like trying to push back, and I even saw some on the news, like they were kicking the Uber cars.
I met an Uber driver. I was like in Austin for the first time. I still remember when I got there at the airport. I didn't want to use an Uber. I just wanted to use a taxi driver for some reason. And I took the taxi and asked him about what he thinks of Uber. And the sentiment, of course, was very negative. And he said, "Oh, it's more expensive, it's less convenient, blah blah blah, whatever else." And of course, use Uber, and kind of that gets disproven quite quickly, in terms of time and such. So you see that there's actually competition there, and this competition itself is threatening enough for them to have very negative sentiment towards Uber. Which is unfortunate because I really like the guy who was a taxi driver. He recommended to me an excellent little place at which to eat, which I then, of course, subsequently did at. Very good, very nice. Local shawarma place it was.
Yum.
But the food street was fucking great.
Love shawarma.
I ate so fucking much of it, it was crazy, man. It was because, he was fasting at the time. And he was explaining like how he breaks his fast with the shawarma. The way he was explaining it was like, I want to have some because the way you're explaining it makes me hungry. So it's got to be good. It has to be good.
Yeah.
So I asked him, where is the place? Want to take us there real quick? I'll pay you extra. And I said, sure. We went there, got the thing, ate it all the way. Like, damn, this is fucking good. I went there a bunch of times thereafter. See, that's what cultural enrichment is like all about. It's about the food and some of the good aspects, but also kind of like melding with the existing culture that exists, not replacing it. So yeah, that's something that I appreciate about other cultures when you have their food, for instance, right? It's all about coexistence, man. Like once you start having one, like say for instance, imagine for a second that you've moved away from a particular country. There's a reason why I've done this. Potentially you want to escape, right? So why would you then bring the same things that have created the problem from which you're running into the place to which you're now have gone? Because then would that kind of perpetuate the problem? So you'd have to effectively make that change in life where you say, you hold on to the things that are essential to what is actually you, but you don't impact the surroundings in such a way that changes them into the thing that you will then, eventually want to run away from again. I want that. It's all about assimilation, man. But the assimilation of the self and the place where we've gone. I'm German, so a lot of what was culturally defined for German at the time has virtually left me. And I have no complaints towards that whatsoever. The only thing that remains is principles, first principles. That's the only thing that remains, right? But that is good, because it makes you something that is, I think, exceptional, and it's a good thing. But also you've taken on what is around you, because you have gone to this thing that is better than from whence you came. So, of course, you shall let those areas, the surrounding, the things that make up these surroundings assimilate you, right?
Yeah, I'm an immigrant actually as well. And my whole family came from countries much worse than here, so why would we vote for that here? It feels backwards. We're all pretty assimilated. My grandparents did move here kind of late, so their English is, hit or miss, but they go to English class every week still, and they're in their mid-80s, so that's sweet.
Tell them to come to spaces. I think they'll learn more.
Oh my god. They would be so confused. My grandpa would actually be pretty interested because he understands pretty well, but my grandma would just be like, what? What?
Instead of English class, just like bring him to a space like this where we don't, speak too fast, but we also speak of things that are actually kind of interesting, so that he can then translate it for her. That way both of them are actually learning in the best way possible, because that's actually what class is all about. So like you're a human translator now, which I think is much better.
It's still a little fast, and maybe if there were subtitles, but I think that it would just be too much for them at this point.
There once were subtitles, but they were removed.
Why? That's dumb.
Trust me, it's a good thing. Trust me, it's a good thing.
Why?
Just don't worry about it. Really don't worry about it.
Why?
Anyways, we're gonna talk about so the robots.txt thing, which is like supposed to be a thing that limits all web scrapers, but it's not demanded by law, so that's why everyone's still scraping web everywhere, even though it's not technically allowed because robots.txt is supposed to limit that, but it's not. This is also how Perplexity works, by the way. You know that amazing search browser that is like using AI to make the search results better, as opposed to Chrome that tries to censor all of them? Yeah, that works by basically web scraping in areas that just not technically supposed to happen. I mean, I have no problems with that whatsoever. If you're gonna scrape the fucking New York Times, go for it. These bitches are extracting way too much revenue out of the stream anyways. Personal thoughts, just personal thoughts. Literally, I'm just looking at a fucking Financial Times article, and then it says, hey, pay $12 subscription. I'm like, the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, I have to say, somehow deep down inside of me, I think I should buy it. You know, you have advertising revenue, we just like invested into that so we can have like news. Just break that shit down. You know what I mean? Because I feel like everybody does this in a sense. Where they like subscribe to this and they just basically copy paste out of this. And what I want to do is say, here's the allegations, here what the facts are. Well, I kind of give a both sides perspective on that. I think we could kind of do that. I wonder, yeah. All the premium access articles, but I have to like consider what the implications of that are.
Is GPT-5 dropping tomorrow?
I don't fucking know. Why is everybody like backrolling on fucking GPT-5? Everybody thinks it's gonna be AGI, like it's not.
I have made a commitment to never using OpenAI ever again, so they're not getting shit from me.
I really want to have a conversation with Mark Cuban, but for some reason this guy always avoids that as much as possible, it feels like. You know?
For some reason.
We tried last time, he wouldn't come on.
Yeah. We created a lot of noise, it was unavoidable, man.
Yeah.
Somehow. I don't know, what are you afraid of? Like seriously, legit, I'm asking the question, like, what exactly is this guy scared of? Because I just don't see that, you know? Not really, maybe a little bit, but, you know?
Probably looking stupid, which he frequently does anyway, but it's harder, it feels worse to look stupid when you're actually talking, I guess.
True, I guess, and it's not in a controlled format. Like, at best, it's, you know, you're talking to a person who's not Elon Musk. And at worst, you're talking to a person who's not Elon Musk, who's probably going to beat down every single argument that you have, which is probably going to make it even worse for you. I kind of get that, you know? But then again, if you're not able to kind of put yourself out there and have an actual unscripted conversation, you know, how much merit actually is there to your arguments if you're not, you know, allowing them to be questioned in an unscripted format? Because isn't that the point? Or maybe even just discuss. I mean, you know, you can have a conversation. I'm not a particularly hostile individual. If you're a piece of shit to me, oh yeah, dude, 100%, the trolliness comes out and you got no chance. It's a Pandora's box that you've chosen to open. But beyond that, you know, I'm a reasonable person. At least I hope I am. Right? I give everyone a chance. If I think they're worthy of it.
Outside of Mark's political takes, I actually really like him.
Yeah, of course. It's just that his political aspects of his consciousness take over the merit and facts-based elements of how his brain works, which does a great disservice to his character, in my opinion. So, like, if you want to go the DEI route, I'm willing to go the DEI route with you, 100%. You can't imagine how diverse I will be with my, you know, takes and my, you know, tackling of the situation. I'll also be very equitous if I can feel like there's a, you know, dead horse here that's developing out of an argument that I'm making here. And I'm not going to repeatedly beat that, so I'll be kind of equitous about kind of sacrificing this advantage in favor of having a better conversation. I'll also be very inclusionary as the fact I'll be willing to take in new things that have otherwise not been voiced before by that person. So I'm a huge practitioner of DEI in the debate sense, and you'll absolutely hate me for it. It's not my fault. I'm being very diverse, very inclusive, very equitous with my arguments.
I just hate you for saying that in general. Like that wasn't fun to listen to.
No. Seriously, think about it, okay? Like you can take this, and you can take this, situation that is not entirely positive, and you can kind of like be victimized by it, or you can use it. And they're like, why not? If you understand the rules of engagement as to how it works, you can kind of use it, right? I'm just saying. Now, of course, don't abuse it, which is fun to do, but it's not really something you ought to do. Like, say, for instance, I can identify my pronouns are sometimes these, also nuts, but sometimes them, and probably also nuts. So, also sometimes like dragon, and if you ask me what that is, there's going to be an issue. Oh, speaking of the devil, Nick, what's up, man?
Yo.
So we were just talking about rules of engagement when it comes to debates and such, and how I'm kind of when it comes to debates, I'm a practitioner of DEI because I'm very diverse with what I say, very inclusionary with what somebody else says, and very equitous with how I dish things out, how I take things back, so as to not to beat a dead horse. But what are your thoughts on Grok 2? Kind of like you test some things out, general assessment, like give me a room temperature, give me like a temperature reading of the room.
My opinion hasn't really changed too much since yesterday, but it's everybody's making deepfakes. Everybody's doing the memeing. Everybody's doing the characters. It's funny how people are trying to say like, oh, like Nintendo's gonna sue the shit out of Elon, and like all these companies are gonna sue Elon because people are doing memes of like cartoon characters and Mickey Mouse and stuff with guns, and you can literally do that on Midjourney. You could do that on any of these models. People are just looking for something to yell at the guy about. And I've just been kind of responding with some of the Midjourney versions of the fights. But it's like it's just crazy. It's kind of the same cycle. What's that?
I was gonna say pretty sure that parity is protected. A lot of those will be under parity, I think.
Yeah. It's not doing anything that isn't possible with the existing models and with something like Midjourney. But people just want something to yell about,
They've been frequently attacking Midjourney for this exact thing that you've just stated, that apparently they were ripping stuff from movies, blah, 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 blah. It was a huge discussion. We even had one guy on, his name is Rawl, who actually did some of the artwork for the third installation of the Matrix movie, so I kind of respect the guy for that, because I really enjoyed those movies. And the art design was fucking incredible. But, there was a kind of negative sentiment towards AI, which was like kind of brought forth through this veil of basically saying, yes, Midjourney has internalized a lot of what is probably copyrighted content, and then outputs this and creates these issues for artists, supposedly, of course, right? But I think the main issue here is not just this, but also the fact that there are way less restrictions on the image generation abilities of this model particularly, right? I've seen people generate some really, really fucked up stuff, and they're just kind of using that as an excuse to hate on it. And my take on that is just, look, if you're going to be irresponsible with the technology, then it's on you 100%. If you're doing stuff that's really fucked up and you're probably creating something that can amount to something what is almost comparable to hate crime, then that's on you, not the technology. They've just kind of misused it. So that's kind of my take on that situation.
Yeah, there's certain things that will get blocked, like on both of them, like something super gory or like nudity. You can't do these things. It's not fully unrestricted, right? But with like copyright material and with characters and with IP, all that stuff is promptable, and all that stuff is promptable in any of these models. But yeah, when these things get released, it's kind of the same content cycle over and over again. It's like it starts with people posting the like, oh my god, this is so real, and like now Now they're doing all the IP stuff, and it's like, oh, if you just put movie or Marvel movie, you get this thing, and it looks just like the image in the film. They must be training on film stills, and like the training data is going to come from where it comes from. I think with the models though, and like with something like Midjourney, people are kind of missing the mark, and like it's not all about the training data. That's not what makes it special and interesting. It's almost like moving away from its training data in a sense. The model's just getting really smart, and its like ability to understand imagery and styles and aesthetics and pull them apart and put them together is getting really, really powerful. So it's not even really about the training data necessarily. But like the stuff that's being made with this model, the tool isn't purpose built for anything creative really. It's a single shot text to image. You get one image, one aspect ratio. No ability to tweak it besides following up with another prompt. So you get like a very consistent aesthetic no matter what it is that you're generating. Even with these like memes. It's interesting to see though in 24 hours. It's like, okay, you go through the meme cycle. How long is that going to last? And then when does it fizzle out? I still give it a week before it fizzles out, but we'll see.
It's still very interesting to me that all of these diffusion models, the image generation models, are significantly smaller than the LLMs.
Are they? I don't know. I truly don't know.
Yeah, the image generation models are a lot smaller than large language models. You would think it's the other way around, but like this one, Flux is like only a 12 billion parameter one, whereas with Llama 3.1, the leading model is like 405 billion.
Yeah, I don't know what Midjourney's is, or how they do theirs. These things are like black boxes to me.
But like Midjourney's is also, I think they've talked about it. They've said that it's significantly smaller than a large language model. So it looks like image generation in general is significantly smaller than an LLM. Hence why they don't.
I think it's also unclear what's better, right? Is it better to have just a much larger data set? Does that lead to higher quality, or does it not? Like it's not always that you just need like the most possible data. It seems for these image models.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that you need to make it better. I think with Midjourney, what the advantage they had is when it generates 4 images and the user gets to pick one, right? And through that, they actually can know which images that they generated is the best, and they can use that to kind of improve the model.
Yeah, but they don't train on their own images. So
But I didn't say train on their own images. I'm saying
or like the actions of the users and like what they like, because it's also individualized, and
right.
and like just the variations alone are not. It's like such a small part. The initial generation is such a small part of what Midjourney is. Like you generate a grid, yes, you get 4, but on any of those images, you could do a variety of things. You can run variations on those and get 4 more. You have different types of variations. You have remixing where you can reprompt it. You could expand the canvas and reprompt that area. You can in-paint a very specific area within it. You could blend it with another image. It's like literally infinite the amount of things that you could do. Plus you have all the parameters and the different values and combinations of those parameters that you can mix and match on top of it through all of these things. So I think there's a misconception that Midjourney is this like text-to-image generator, and the truth is that it's more image-to-image than anything now, because you're using images to drive styles, you're using images to drive subject matter and scenes, to drive character consistency, and the images are a major part of what's actually leading to the generation, and not so much the text prompt. In fact, like most of my prompts are very simplified at this point. Like I don't use words to describe camera angle or color or composition or even subject matter sometimes. I drive all of that from images, and my prompts become like the most simple version of the scene. It could be a man standing in New York, but through my combination of like images and different parameters, I can make that do whatever the hell I want, you know? So there's a bit of a misconception on kind of how Midjourney functions for people who don't spend a good amount of time in it. But it is it's like a professional tool. It's like there's nothing that you can possibly do to compare it to what you have within Grok right now. It's not. They're in two different universes.
It's kind of like a Photoshop competitor with AI, right?
I wouldn't
Would you
say
say that?
competitor, but I would say in terms of like the fact that it's a professional tool, it's more towards a Photoshop, I guess you could say. But it's a completely different product for like a new medium, right? So it's different functionality. You don't have the same sort of conventions as you do in Photoshop. Like there's not different layers or anything like that. So you're working with your media in a fundamentally different way. But yeah, sure. Like, is it more professional like a Photoshop? Yeah, it is.
So how would you say it differs from Photoshop's offering inside the app itself?
Firefly?
Yeah.
I think that I use GenFill sometimes. Really, the only reason is because in Midjourney with inpainting, you can't do really small areas. You have to select a larger portion of the image when you're doing an inpaint. And for people who don't know what inpainting is, it's essentially when like you can take an image and just mask a very particular region. Say you have like a man with a hat, you can just mask the hat, and then you can like reprompt just that area, and nothing else in the image changes, just the area you masked. So there's a lot of stuff that you could do with that. So yeah. Wait, but remind me your question. I feel like I just lost something.
I asked like how does it
Firefly,
compare to Firefly?
Yeah. So in Firefly you can do inpainting as well, but you can get much smaller areas. So I can go and get like just little cleanup areas. So that's really all I use it for. If you try to prompt new things with Firefly, it looks like shit. It can do like basic stuff, like if you like have a photo and it's like a landscape scene, it can extend the landscape scene. It's pretty good at dealing with nature and things like that for photography. It's also got some useful stuff with like extending of more illustrative things. It can do pretty good at, but I hardly use it. I could do most everything in Midjourney. If you're generating the image in Midjourney, it's better to just do what you can in Midjourney, you know?
So when it comes to image generation suite, you would say Midjourney is the best. What about like the initial image generation itself? Which one would you say is the best at that?
Midjourney. I mean, what I'm trying to get at is that like people are trying to draw comparisons to like what Flux is within Grok and Midjourney, and it's nonsense. Like you can't put them in the same category right now. If you spend any time in Midjourney, even just going to the alpha and you start messing with it, you realize very, very quickly that these are two fundamentally different things. So it's just interesting to see how like these new models get out, and like the content cycle sort of just repeats itself. And it's always the same thing, no matter who's releasing a model. It's like the same circle of shit. But I don't think, the reason why I think Grok's gonna fizzle out is because you can't do anything beyond just go text to image and you get one thing and it's all one aesthetic and it gets boring really quickly, which you don't get in a Midjourney. So, Midjourney also said in today's office hours that their revenue is actually up today. So, I don't think that they're feeling any sort of competition.
That's what you get for saying it's a slow news day, by the way, Adrian. Like, this breaking news.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
It's not my fault that Earth is angry, is it? I don't know. Is it alive? Is it not alive? I mean, I don't know which movies we're like taking references from, but everyone's like super heavy into the Matrix, so we're probably gonna like go for the unified consciousness theory, which means that all matter is conscious. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe the collective anger of humanity is the reason that everything is going wrong.
So,
I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Anyways.
Nick, what would have Flux or any other image generation AI have to release for you to see it as like a proper mid-journey competitor?
I don't know, something good, something like aesthetically like beautiful. I don't know. It's just hard to really compare. It's just all the free products just fighting to be the most competitive free product. I don't know. I don't know. People think I'm just like some shill. I'm not paid by Midjourney. I don't work at Midjourney. I just like really believe in the product and the vision. And I look at what these other models are doing, and it kind of just like it's I don't know. It's weird to me to watch it play out. It's like the only solution is to build like enterprise offerings, enterprise solutions that use AI, and then you end up doing this like deep fake thing and stock photography thing, and it's just like kind of the lowest form of content. So it feels like that's what they're all competing for, which is like great. Like if it serves the purpose for a lot of things, that's great. But I don't think they're anywhere near kind of like becoming their own medium. They're just kind of doing what you can do with an iPhone camera on like Snapchat circa 2012, you know? But yeah, like, I mean, I could talk about this shit all day. I want to actually ask Adrian's opinions, because you kind of like, you said like the AGI thing earlier. But what do you think about the voice release that's going to come from OpenAI? Because I feel like that has some pretty like massive implications. It's going to be a pretty big moment that people are underestimating in terms of like culturally what that type of product out in the world to hundreds of millions of people actually like starts to do.
Yeah, I mean, look, voice is actually the thing that's kind of lacking, where it then attains almost like a soul in a sense, right? So I think a lot of people will absolutely enjoy this. I think it will also make its way into content generation more than it already has, because it will simplify the process of, say, making certain videos. For instance, I've noticed this interesting trend where, the narration feature of GPT is actually being used to just narrate videos now for shorts and such, and, TikTok and whatever else and whatnot. It doesn't matter, the quality or the specificity of the voice doesn't actually mean anything these days, because the effort of that is so low, and the user base is so insanely huge that there's always like a small piece of the market that you can kind of capture, especially one that's already kind of impacted by internet brain rot, which is, I'm sorry, is a bit of a pessimistic take, but it's as accurate as I can be. But yeah, it's going to redefine a lot of things for content generation, I think, as well. And also, people are going to interact with it. They're going to figure out new ways to jailbreak it, to make it, do things that make it seem even more human, to kind of fill some sort of void in their lives as well. And there's a market for this, I believe. I mean, look at what Tamagotchis did back in the day, and and what various other AI companion companies are trying to basically do and capitalize on. Which, by the way, I think with GPT and its ability to have a voice like this would actually kill all of those companies too, or at least put them at a major disadvantage, because you already have a phone, right? You can connect it to your, wireless headphones, and then all of a sudden you have a companion, and it's with you the entire. You don't need to pay an extra price for the hardware, because the hardware itself is not really, the thing that actually gives it anything. You need to have like small miniaturized compute that operates locally, which is not sufficient at the moment, but it will be one day, perhaps. Very far in the future, that is if NVIDIA or a company better than NVIDIA would emerge, because NVIDIA right now is going to go to shit thanks to their recent adoption of Intel as the one who's going to manufacture their chips, and anyone who's familiar with how that Intel is at chip manufacturing will understand how that is an extremely bad thing for NVIDIA, because NVIDIA at first was using TSMC chips, which are very, very good. So any company that uses TSMC has amazing chip quality in terms of functionality and performance. It is the best. And I'm using an Intel chip, which is the reason why my computer constantly crashes. My live streams are a bit difficult. But yeah, there you go.
They're not moving the bulk of it. They're just moving a small portion of it.
Yes, but that is significant, and I think that is not good for NVIDIA at all. by and large. I think that's gonna create a lot of bad sentiment around them, and potentially also that will reflect quite drastically in the stock market as from the perspective of it going down. And if Kramer says it's going to go up, well, of course, what happens then. But to kind of go back onto the AI section of why voice is so important, that's why, right? Because given the current problems and everything, I think ChatGPT is really building something here that could have a lot of impact, and I think will have a lot of impact. So
I think it's going to change the sentiment and how people feel about AI. Like it like you said, it's kind of like it humanizes it in a way when you start to confide in it. I've been thinking a lot about this because I did a little exercise with myself. I don't even have access to the latest voice model, but I still have like the ChatGPT app downloaded, and you could use voice. And I had like an hour-long back and forth with ChatGPT, and I had prompted it to, speak the way that I wanted it to. I pretty much asked it to be like extremely casual and to speak a little slower, and had a full-on conversation, just like speaking to it like I was catching up with a friend. And it held the conversation well. It probed with interesting questions, and it like kept the conversation going. And I was able to just have a pretty fluid talk for almost an hour. And that's with today's model. So I can only imagine, based on the videos that I've seen and the way that it takes direction, what people are going to start to do with this and how attached they're going to start to feel to these companions, as you call them. I think we're underestimating what that's going to be like. And this is something where even like Freckled Liberty over here, who was talking about her grandparents, right? They were like 80 years old. They can have a conversation with ChatGPT, and like in multiple languages, and just weave in and out of the two languages if they wanted to, and like even turn them into an English tutor, right? And just have a conversation. There's so many interesting possibilities that it unlocks.
I actually did that with my parents. So my dad pays for like a ChatGPT, and I had them talk in their native language, and ChatGPT talk back to them in English. That way they could like practice their listening.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing what you can already do. But the fact that it's just on your phone, that this is going to be millions of people's initial touch point with AI is going to just be having a conversation with it on their phone. That's really interesting. And I think that changes things. And I don't know exactly what the impact is going to be, but I do think it kind of softens sentiment towards AI in a sense. And it's going to make people feel more attached to it than they have. Because it's not just this thing to like get things done, but it's just like an entity there to like keep me company. It's just like a total shift. I find it really interesting, but it's also kind of scary, right? Because when you start to treat it as a companion, you start to tell it all your deep dark secrets, and you're confiding all your personal information. It could be medical information when you're asking like questions about something that's going on. It could be like personal mental health. It could be just interpersonal relationships with your friends and family. There's a lot. Your diet, like your whereabouts, your travels. You're going to start to just confide everything to these companions, and it's like, who do you trust with all that information? And like, do we think about it, or is it just so convenient that we just willingly give all of that data to like an open AI,
I think you need to have like a local model, which is running locally and doesn't send anything out to anyone else for like the most sensitive information.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen by the time this is out in like, I don't know, a week. When is it supposed to be out? It's already slowly rolling out.
Yeah, but it's how like Apple Intelligence works. And so the most sensitive details are kept on the phone, and anything that needs to, and even when it does call out to OpenAI, it leaves like blanks that the local model itself can fill out. So I think we're gonna have to move to that sort of model if we are gonna be moving to these models. We can't just send everything to the cloud, and then like trust these companies. My mind was trying to say Claude, but yeah, yeah.
No, it's true though. It's true. There's a lot of. I think that's why when we hear OpenAI talking about trust and safety all the time, I feel like this is part of it, right? Like it's obvious that we're going to be sharing a lot with these models, and we're going to be asking ourselves, do we trust them? And in order to succeed, like these models have to gain that trust, or you're screwed. But I think getting to voice first is actually huge. It's a huge advantage for general use. For general use, for the person who's using ChatGPT mostly through their phone or maybe like their desktop, just like the average everyday use case as opposed to just like the business use case or like the prosumer use case. So we'll see what happens, but I think it's going to be really interesting.
When people are already sharing this sort of information with their OnlyFans subscription, so it doesn't seem like that big of a change.
Adrian, wasn't that you yesterday saying that like the OnlyFans guys are just like it's like dudes just talking to dudes in DMs?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like at this point, ChatGPT is like this is like the sum of all fears, but it's like the sum of all dudes and all women talking to you in the ways that you definitely want to be talked to, based on the data that you can provide. If you wanted to like automate, say, porn generation, I'm sorry to say this, but this is reality. It's not my fault.
So I used to have like a very large Instagram account, and when I had like I ended up selling it, but when I was in Instagram, a lot of like the big Instagram accounts, they were like slowly starting to promote OnlyFans girls. So I actually saw the process of how this works through like them, even though I didn't do it myself. But what they would do is they would get like the girl, and the girl herself would not actually do any of the work, right? So the messaging, the actual bulk of the money was made through messaging, and the messaging was basically offshored to like the Philippines, and there were like men in the Philippines that were writing these messages for like $2 an hour. So for the most part, it's just men talking to other men, and the men that are being talked to are pretending to be women.
And then people are going to just be talking to their little AI boos, you know, sexting with their AI boos.
I mean, it's already the thing with the do anything now jailbreak. Yeah, the do anything now jailbreak. You've seen that. I mean, look, that basically sounds like a Gen Z-ish version of a boomer that somehow sounds like a sociopath some way, you know? Hey, you want to go get some dinner, kitten? Like, literally, that's what the fucking thing sounds like. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, it's assertive. I get that. That's probably why it works, but, like, it's funny.
There's a bunch of women that are like jailbreaking ChatGPT with this guy named Dan, right? So the prompt is that this guy is Dan, and then they like post videos on TikTok, and then they're like talking, basically sexting with fucking Dan, and that's just ChatGPT.
This Dan is the do anything now. That's like the acronym of that. And that's it's the Dan jailbreak. They call it the Dan jailbreak. Do anything now.
Yeah. But so it also helps as a male name.
Yes, and Dan is like the most average of all like male names. It's like Dan is a very interesting spectrum of dudes where it's like a very interesting dude you definitely want to be with, or like the worst person on the planet type of deal. And like somehow in the middle of that is all the hackers of the world, but some are called Andrew for some reason. So this is like and I know many of them, so it's like a weird thing to kind of think about. But yeah, it definitely works in their favor if you have something like that. So basically, friend itself, I kind of feel like it's almost dead on arrival in that sense. I could be proven wrong, but I mean, you know.
Yeah, the AI wearable space. I mean, we have our phones, we have our AirPods. I
Exactly.
can have I had a conversation through my Meta Ray-Bans with ChatGPT. It works seamlessly. So I don't really know. I think Friend is interesting in that it's taking this sort of voice to text exchange. It's not voice to voice, and seems to be leaning into that pretty heavy as like an alternative. So it's like this always listening cheerleader in your pocket. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's a bit more interesting than Rabbit or Humane. I saw an article on Humane that there are more people returning Humane every day than they are selling new units. They're pretty much done. Rabbit just apparently I think they were like released some sort of beta Rabbit thing, but I don't know how they're still cooking. Like the AI companion hardware space just seems like it's going to be on our phones. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, look, literally, that's what Rabbit was. It was just basically just another phone-like device that acted as a conduit, and you can use, guess what, your phone to accomplish the same thing. So there was no onboard computer. There was nothing special about the whole thing either. It was just basically it was a literal hardware, software wrapper thing based in Android. That's literally what it ended up being. I have no hate towards the guy. I really don't. It's just so unfortunate. It really, yeah. We're living basically through the pets.com. No.
It's like everything they tell you not to do in like web security. It's like some random embed you're supposed to log in through like rabbithole.com and like go authenticate yourself through every single app just to use it, and then they never work. And behind the scenes it's just like a little automated click bot that just kind of learns how to navigate a UI. So it's kind of just a big lie, it seems, which is frustrating. Product is no good. I have used mine twice, and I refuse to log into anything through it, so it just kind of sits there, and will go in the museum, I guess.
So you still have it?
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't return it. I'm just it's just sitting there. I didn't get a Humane pin. Fuck that. Like this is just I'm an idiot. The price point, like, I also got the Friend because I'm curious, and the price point is like $99, so you can do it. Like the Humane thing was like it's like $800, plus you have to have like a separate cell plan. Like you can't even use your own number with it. It's the dumbest thing ever. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Friend has a future with these types of releases. There's an argument that it'll make it better, in a sense, if it's leveraging the same model. But what I'm more interested in is like with voice and stuff, it makes it interesting for robotics. You have like robotic companions that can talk to you and that can communicate in a very human way. That's going to be interesting. What do you think of Figure, by the way, Adrian?
Figure, absolute fucking scam. I hate to say it, absolute fucking scam. Here's the thing. I made a meme, just one meme. I put it on his comment section, and it wasn't even my idea. It was just somebody else put this in my brain because somebody basically quoted this guy and said he's going through the next Trevor Milton arc. And for those of you who don't know who Trevor Milton is, he's the guy who was behind the failed company that's known as Nikola, which was basically ripping off of the Tesla semi-truck. And they wanted to do it via hydrogen or some other garbage. And it was a complete scam from the beginning. It looked promising at first to many people, but I still remember like watching an interview of Trevor Milton for the first time, and literally within 20 seconds, I said, this guy's full of shit. Because it's in the way that people explain things and the conviction that they put behind this. And when I looked at this guy's eyes and I looked at the way he was explaining things, there was no figures mentioned to anything that there was like a question given to. It was just I don't know. It's a vibe that you just kind of catch, and that vibe has always caught me as something that's very scammy. So that's what Trevor Milton is, right? And the truck itself was then also filmed moving around and such, and the way they did this is basically to let the truck roll down and a little surface that's a little bit sloped. It's funny now how the slopes always come back up again. It was like a little bit of a sloped surface that was basically then allowing the truck to move via gravity. So it didn't even move itself. It didn't even move at all. So that's what Trevor Milton is. And so, one of the people, I think his name is Yasu Sharma. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one who did that. I saw that and I was like, dude, I'm making the fucking meme. I'm making a meme out of this. And it's the look at me, I'm the captain now meme. And I replaced the text where it's like, look at me, I'm the next Trevor Milton. I put that in his comment section without even a word, where he fucking hit that thing in less than 2 minutes and blocked me instantly.
Yeah.
So I've already had a bad sentiment towards these people because literally their first fucking announcement was a lie. The first announcement was saying that they did some sort of thing with like coffee or something like that, which is some sort of motion that was never done before, according to them, which it had. So it's like, it already happened, and I saw this in the space. I was like, wait a minute. I saw this somewhere, right? And I wrote a little thing about this. They wanted to do something about that. Didn't end up happening. Even the proposed community notes all failed against this, meaning that it was actually true what I wrote, which of course it is, because I do my fucking research. I deleted it afterwards because I kind of wanted an interview with them. That was kind of my mistake, just to kind of have a discussion, benefit of the doubt. But then I'm seeing how they develop things, how they demo stuff. It just started getting worse and worse and worse for me, unfortunately. And the sentiment of negativity that I get off of this is building up more and more and more. And it gets worse. Like, forget what I said about what it looks like. Let's look at the people's past who are behind this as well. Because I think that kind of sets precedent, right? You'd want to have people behind it that have like a successful history of some kind, potentially even have some technical knowledge. These people come from failed startups themselves, all of them. And our dear friend himself, Brad Adcock, his history is abysmal. So it's like the worst thing you could ever see for any business that is starting up is that history. It's like a dead-on-arrival type situation.
Hold on.
And people still think it's going to work. I mean, maybe it is going to work, but still, the history looks terrible on this guy and all of the people that work there. Just look at the history.
Hold on, so
Ridiculous.
So that's not, I don't know his history specifically, but unless like there's some fraud, I don't know if that necessarily invalidates him. So in startups, you see a lot of times, a lot of people will start 5, 6, 7, 8 startups, and then their 8th startup is the one that actually becomes like a unicorn or multi-billion-dollar company, right? So it's not necessarily that because you're already taking a massive risk, right? Obviously, it's better if you succeed on your first and second and third. But sometimes you have a situation where it takes multiple attempts to actually get something successful.
I agree with you, but just look into the history and you'll understand, especially all of the members. Literally, all of them have a similar history, and all of it looks bad across the board. There's not one example where I'm like, okay, this guy is okay, kind of. Maybe there's like one person there, but honestly, it doesn't look good. So that's besides the point, of course. What the company looks like right now, the fact that the first thing that they outed was basically a lie. And then, of course, considering all of the other practices and the, of course, easily triggering of the meme, if I was at that company, I would actually ignore that meme or just respond to it and say, okay, what makes me the next Trevor Milton? Explain. Give me an example. Call the person out at least or something, or just ignore it, because that response, and it's a very quick response, kind of, I believe, may add some merit to the meme. So that's my thoughts on Figure. Not very. I would rather, if I had a choice between two, gun in my head, or what I would put my money on, I would rather put it into Boston Dynamics. By 100%, I would put it into Boston Dynamics over Figure. And I don't like them either, but they're the better option for me out of the two.
But you're gonna go with a Optimus anyway, so.
Yes, I mean, look, I'm heavily biased, but if you wanted to basically make a comparison of the two, then that's kind of how that shapes out. Of course, if the Optimus option is there, I'd definitely take that, given that, and there's logic behind this, there's reason. If you look at what the robot itself is doing, what it's capable of, you can even put that aside. It's far more, it far exceeds the capability of any other humanoid robots out there, and it is being developed to be manufactured at mass scale, which is remarkably important. It also furthermore sets it apart from all the other contributors to the humanoid robot space. So that is something that I think is also important to acknowledge, right? Tesla's, or Optimus, is addressing a completely different thing. they're entirely focused on production-based elements of how to optimize humans out of processes that humans shouldn't be in the first place. I know there's a lot of negative sentiment around robots replacing humans, but trust me, there's some processes in manufacturing that you really don't want to have humans in, not only because it's inefficient, but mostly because it's bad for the human being itself. Like, it destroys your consciousness effectively, right? Because it's so boring, so tedious, and potentially there's like chemicals and such involved that could be, disastrous for you. So that's what I see in Tesla. I see something that already has taken on a bit of scale. I see a history of a company that has a history of taking things that are impossible and delivering them at some other point. I mean, look at the Cybertruck. Something like that has never existed before, right? It's like a small little tank, effectively, made out of the same steel that the Starship rocket is made out of, right? You look at that and you think, okay, that's kind of interesting. Now imagine that same type of sentiment and precedent set for something like Optimus, right? Which is basically simpler to manufacture than something like a Model 3, which is probably one of their easiest models, but their best performing models in terms of sales and everything else is probably a Model Y. But it's still, that's what I would lean towards, right? Because I think the most money is in something like what Tesla's doing, simply even just alone based off the fact that their goal is mass scale. Mass scale.
Well, also, it's
that's
like,
what you want.
Okay, who are you actually going to trust to put a robot? Something, we could say a robot's potentially dangerous, right? That's going to be strong, it could hurt us, if it's going to be living with us. It's like every other option other than Optimus is like getting an off-brand, like knockoff robot, it feels like. Like, you're going to go with like the startup company that's, strapped with investor cash, and like is just kind of pushing to get something out for growth, or are you going to go with like the company that's literally like building rocket ships, starships, like every week, once a week, building cars at like a mass scale? You're not going to go with the off-brand robot. I mean, come on. And the off-brand robot's going to be more expensive. There's no way they're going to be able to compete on cost. I don't see how it's even possible. There are these sort of like winner-take-all scenarios in some of these spaces, and it's interesting. It's like I feel like within LLMs there's more competition that's like close between like ChatGPT and Anthropic and Perplexity and the works and like and Llama and just everybody who's in the game over there. But like with image models, the competition is pretty distant from one another. And then when you think about like robotics, it seems even further. Like, I don't understand how you compete with an Optimus at scale. It's just that I don't see how it's possible.
I think hardware itself is pretty much a commodity. It's the software that matters. So I think that's what will dominate Optimus.
It's gonna be crazy how when they get down to, I don't know what the retail price, but I imagine they get to like $10,000.
Well, Elon said in one of the interviews that it'll be like in today's dollars, because of the inflation, of course, will probably, or who knows, maybe deflation, given how fast the economic pie grows and how fast technology can actually reduce debt. But in today's dollars, it would be 25,000 because there's like less moving parts, less materials, raw materials, so just less of everything pretty much, and most margins are software margins. So yeah, it'll be 25 grand. That's what kind of his estimate at this point, but at scale probably less.
Yeah, cheaper than a car. Lease a couple of them bitches. You got one cooking dinner, one doing laundry. Let's go. One tucking me in at night.
One tucking. Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's something I want to be approving of. I don't know.
It's gonna be weird to be living with a robot, man. I'm all for it. It's crazy how soon it's gonna happen. Like, everybody who's listening to this is probably gonna have the opportunity to be living with a robot. Assuming you're not like 80 years old, close to like 90 years old in this space.
Here's a philosophical question for you. How are you going to live with a robot if you can't even live with yourself?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have to throw it out there.
Yeah, that kind of.
What if you're the robot the whole time? How would you know?
Exactly, I feel like that's.
Are you the clone or am I?
Dude.
It's gonna be crazy, yeah. I think, the chancellor will see this within like 10 years. Most households will have this, or maybe even less than that. Provided, of course, the world doesn't go to shit before that, which I really hope it doesn't,
Well, there's already robots driving us around with FSD. Like, Tesla is kind of, it's just like a little robot driving you around.
1010 event is coming, remember? Like the 1010 event? Dude, that's gonna be epic. Yeah, I can't wait for the 1010. That's gonna be great.
What's 1010?
Robotaxi. I mean, I think it was 1010. Yeah, they moved it from 8.8 to 1010 because 8.8 didn't work out. They wanted to make some more design changes to the Robotaxi itself, so they moved it from 8.8 to 1010. Yes.
What exactly is happening?
It was funny because I had a meeting on 8.8, so.
What exactly is happening? Enlighten me, I'm not aware.
That's literally the only details we've been able to receive. So Robotaxi was supposed to come out on 8.8. Then they pushed it forward for design changes of the Robotaxi. That's literally all we know. Beyond that, there's nothing.
Robotaxi is in like you can deploy your Tesla as a Robotaxi, or
I don't know. We know nothing. We know nothing yet. But like design changes to Robotaxi. That was the exact wording. Yeah.
No, but Elon did confirm that the existing fleet owners would be able to put their vehicles on Tesla network.
Yeah, I was just referring to the change, but yeah, thanks, man. Good stuff, Will.
That's gonna be crazy.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So robots already driving us around. Robots in our home cooking us dinner. It's gonna. I mean, I feel like we're probably gonna see a Optimus that we could purchase. Did he outline it in the last event?
So he said there will be a few thousand operating in 2025 at Tesla factories, and in 2026, some customers will be able to purchase.
Yeah, so I don't think they're going to be giving it to the general public. It's probably going to be only for manufacturing or enterprise customers in the beginning, and then once there's some more serious competition, because for them initially it would be smarter to lease it out rather than sell it. So they're probably going to initially lease it out to businesses, and then once some competition comes in, similar to printers, then they would, similar to what happened to printers, then they would start selling it.
Yo, by the way, fuck printers and fuck printer ink. Printers fucking suck. I've never had a good experience with a printer ever in my life, and it's the most ridiculous thing. How is that even possible?
You want to know what's something that's funny? You want to know something that's really funny? The same operating system that runs most HP printers is actually built by the same person who's Dan O'Dowd. So if you don't already hate Dan O'Dowd enough because he's a fucking bumbling idiot talking about how he would fix Robotaxi, even though all he's ever contributed to society is a fucking inferior operating system that obviously does not work. I mean, case in point, the printers. Yeah, there you go. Now you know who to be angry at. I didn't know that before. I thought that was a really interesting revelation.
I actually have a very funny story about this. So, my mom.
Why is the ink like $700? Like who?
Because
that's because the main money is made out of the ink itself and not actually the printers themselves, which is also kind of how the auto industry works. Like the auto industry basically works off of selling you services, not the actual car itself. The margin of profit on the car is probably even negative most of the time. But the thing that really makes the money is the servicing. Yeah. So that's where it all comes from. It's like a subscription service. That's the only thing that scales. Like that,
so they lose money on the printers, and then they make their money back from the ink.
Good. They should lose money on the printers, fuckers.
But they make it back on the ink. It's the problem with ink. It's so fucking expensive.
Yeah. So this is like a pretty funny story. So my mom.
Just gotta buy a new printer.
Well, the problem is.
Okay, talk to the Chinese.
The problem is the ink on the printers. The ink that comes with the printers is like half full. Right, so it's not fully full.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So I actually have a funny story about this. So my mom can't print. So my mom prints a lot of shit, and she would when I lived with her years ago, she would keep telling me to come down and like be like, can you fix this printer for me? And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. And I would have to like install all these drivers and do all of these things for her to get like this fucking printer working. So one day I just had enough. I fucking deleted Windows off the computer and I installed Linux Mint, right? And without having to install any drivers, without having to do anything, it just worked, right? And my mom literally does not use a computer for anything other than printing. So to her, the experience was actually improved by me switching her to Linux Mint rather than fucking Windows.
If you don't already hate Windows enough, huh?
Yeah, because on Linux Mint, because it automatically comes with like the drivers installed, right? And the drivers are not proprietary bullshit, right? If you just click on print and it prints it on the printer. So no bullshit issues with having to download the correct drivers and then the drivers don't install for some bullshit reason and then you gotta update it. You just on fucking Linux Mint, you just click on print and then it's printed.
Yeah. You know, I think it's a quick little thing. So remember the strawberry test, which is basically asking, you know, how many strawberries, how many times is R found in strawberry, right? The letter R.
Yeah.
That's like the test for AIs if they can pass that. And in this case, Grok actually gave an answer where it says yes, 3 R's. I look into the comment section just now, and then I'm like, that's the post, and here there's a screenshot of me plus the prompt, the whole thing. It's there. That's the proof, and you can reproduce it. Then somebody shows a screenshot of, oh, hey, ChatGPT failed the test. And then below that is some guy said, so did Grok. I'm like, sorry, can you read?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
tried
unbelievable, man.
also on the 2 Mini. I saw
There's such brainless freaks. I'm sorry to say this, but that is just complete utter stupidity and should just get off the internet indefinitely because you're collectively lowering the IQ of the entire civilization by you breathing into the fucking internet this garbage ass information. I'm sorry to say this, but it's true.
I tried both the 9, the 9.
Tell us how you really feel.
Okay, I tried
That is a bad
both
response.
the 9.
Anyway, sorry,
I
Annika.
tried both the 9.9 and the 9.11, right? And the strawberry test. And on the 2 Mini, and both of them worked on the 2 Mini. So I really don't know how the fuck these people are having issues. Like, if you can't prompt that shit correctly, that seems like on you.
So I kept trying to like make a graphic that looks kind of like myself today, and I kept being like, big nose, make the nose bigger, and it would not listen.
Were you doing this in Grok or Dolly?
Grok.
In Grok?
Hold on,
Yeah, I see
so
people
hold on.
doing that too.
Hold on,
It won't let me.
what exactly did you tell the prompt?
Are you asking me for the strawberry test or
No,
what?
I'm talking, I'm asking Freckles.
No, I'm just saying in general. I keep trying to use Grok, and
Okay,
it doesn't
Okay.
want to make my nose big.
okay, so
Why not?
did you use, no, I probably shouldn't make that joke. But, what prompt did you use for what you wrote? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you. No. She's icing you out, bro.
Alright.
Wait, what happened? Did y'all say something?
Wow.
No, I complete
Yo.
silence. What?
We're just fucking around, man. We're just fucking around.
Oh no.
Freckles, can you hear me?
Just goofing.
Can you hear Auda? Freckle, can you hear Auda?
Is he talking?
Okay, probably that's okay, Auda, can you drop down? Splice or Wiggle will bring it back up.
Yeah, I'll get him.
Okay.
Yeah, both the issues it seems. And if that's not it, well, yeah.
The
We'll
way
have
that
to-
it
we'll
works
have to
though,
know.
yeah, I don't think you can't conversationally prompt Grok really. Like if you ask for a follow up, like, oh, make something bigger or do this with it, it
it's not really doing what you would want it to do. It's just kind of like edit that image and just make it different. It just takes whatever context you give it and it injects that into a new prompt and it runs a fresh prompt. And people are saying that they're getting like character consistency in some of the prompts as they like iterate, but I don't think it's like a feature. I think it's more just like the lack of diversity in the model. So if you ask
I
for
put big nose in the original prompt. Like I put like the biggest nose you can possibly think of. Dude, at a certain point, I was like, "Are you serious? Like, are you just?" They kept giving me like these dainty little Irish girls. I'm like, okay, that's not.
What was the exact prompt you used?
Give me a sec.
Well, it's also, even like Midjourney has this problem, especially with 6.1, the most recent model. It's just kind of like defaults to pretty, and it's hard to make things super ugly. So it's
Damn it. That makes things really hard for me.
I mean, that kind of makes sense, because who the fuck would take images of ugly shit? You know, there's less people taking pictures of ugly shit than there are people taking pictures of beautiful shit.
No, but when I say beautiful and ugly, I shouldn't be so binary. It's more like beautiful by like aesthetic beauty standards versus just like even normal, average. And then if you want, you can get like extremely weird, but it's hard to find just like a middle ground between beautiful and like extremely weird. It's like a very thin, like really thin space in between. And I don't think you can get it in Grok, really. You just kind of got to get lucky and ask for just like random people. And it does seem good at generating just like straight up selfie looking shots of random ass people. But maybe it doesn't understand like feature requests and stuff, and like it's not intelligent enough to understand the differences between like sizes or like a large nose. It doesn't have like context for what that actually means. It's really neat tools like in-painting and other solutions where you can actually just select the region that you want to expand rather than like reprompting the entire image. You just kind of like select the nose, and then you can get more precision control over how you actually generate it. But it's hard to get in these models.
Okay, I found my prompt, and it is generate an image of a Jewish ginger woman with blue eyes and a huge nose.
Okay, why the fuck do you... That makes sense why they're not gonna generate...
What the fuck?
That was the joke I was gonna make in the beginning. I was like, did you put Jew in it?
I put both. I tried.
Don't worry, freckles is base. This is perfect. So everything's fine.
Yeah, I'm good. We're good.
We'll
I
get,
brought it up for a reason. I'm serious. It's like, give me the nose, please.
You just wanted to know whether or not Grok was based as well, or like the image then was based at least.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be.
Oof. Wow, this guy's now spamming the comment section saying there's a big mistake. I'm like, sorry. Here's the thing. Look, a shit prompt is going to give you a shit output, and you know, if you misspell parts of a prompt intentionally, it is obvious that the output is not going to be optimal because your input is even difficult for humans to parse. So,
Adrian.
take a line, evolve. You know, it's next level AI. Spell check your shit first. That's what it's there for. And then just run the prompt again. And maybe next time you would look like an absolute fucking retard.
Adrian, I'm gonna send you something from a resident retard.
Oh, great. Okay, let me take a look here. Let's see. What do we have? This is oh, nice. I don't even know what this means. This is like just words to me. I don't know. It's like random noises. What is this? What am I supposed to? What? Okay, so we have someone who's afraid of AI. Cool. I understand. But like that kind of fear looks kind of you know.
Wait, what's happening right now?
So basically, we have this person that's we have this person that seems like very obsessed with me and Adrian for some reason, and they keep leaving like
Yeah.
retarded comments consistently. So we call them our resident retard.
Who
So
is
whenever, huh?
Who is it?
Well, I'm not gonna
We're
say
not
on
saying
his
it's
face.
a resident retard, bro.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
Yeah. This person is like overly obsessed with me and Adrian and keeps like leaving retarded comments. So whenever they leave like a retarded comment, me and Adrian are always like our resident retard left a retarded comment.
Are they in your DMs? Because I just got some crazy DMs. So.
Oh yeah,
The crazy DMs are kind of natural.
They're
Yeah.
also in the DMs.
Yeah, that's a little side effect of sitting on my stage. You will get some crazy stuff. Yeah. They like try to flood everyone who like comes up and just like message bomb them because they like have no life. So yeah.
Oh,
I
okay. I
literally
think I
got a-
might be getting them in my DMs as well then.
I literally got a DM the other day. They're like, "Why does Adrian leave you? Let you come on? Well, he never lets me on. And tell him to let me on."
And then simultaneously, that same person says to someone else on the stage that I'm like they're the administrator of this band. Like, first of all, fuckface, no. Like, there is no administrator of anything that I do other than myself and whatever glowing guy in the sky may exist who has like control over me that I may or may not be aware of. Okay, that's literally the extent of the limitations to what is on control of me.
Oh yeah, they keep trying. The resident retard keeps trying to get me removed.
There's like zero way, man.
And him on X. Get rid of him. Live execution on live.
Bring them up. Bring them up. Get them on stage.
No, please no. I don't want to have another. I only slept for like an hour. I don't think I mean, I could be ready out. I just don't.
Dude, I'm same. You fucked me up last night. You kept me up till 4 in the morning. You ruined my sleep schedule. It's your fault entirely.
It
Sorry,
was also
I
until
apologize.
3, all because of Adrian. So, good job.
Yeah, it's just all my fault.
Speaking of resident retards, have you guys been getting a lot of like?
Once again, the Jews are blaming the German.
What?
This was actually his fault, but I did consent.
Oh, I see how that works out. Okay, now I understand. I didn't get this. I was like, is there some news event that I'm not aware of? Now I understand how this works. Wow. Dude, that's dark. I'm sorry, Nick, what you wanted to say? What did you want to say?
Like the AI reply bots. I don't even know if they're bots. I think it's just people using like these AI reply tools. But I've been getting flooded with them. It's like every time I post something, I get multiple replies that are just so obviously GPT written and posted, no thought, automated. And then you go to their profile and they just are doing it all over the place, just spamming everywhere. And sometimes I feel like it's actual bots, and sometimes I feel like it's actually just people who are doing it. But it's
actually an automated thing. Like the moment a post drops, this is like at the hands of a browser extension that was brought out actually brought out about a year ago. There was a browser extension for like GPT typing stuff, and then everybody started using this. And this is the fault of all the fucking algo experts who don't know shit about how to read code, saying, hey, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get everyone to fucking reply guide to literally everyone and send out like 100 messages a day, which is interesting because each message is counted as a fucking post, which means that if you spam, the more messages you spam, that technically registers it as post spam, which then decreases your visibility because you're obviously fucking spamming. Which nobody understands because nobody actually read the code. They just word searched and said, hey, this is how you grow. Fuck no, you don't.
Someone's got a bone to pick.
No, I'm just saying, I like actually read through all of it. I actually know the people who work this. So like, you want to dispute me? Go for it.
Hey, I've never been much of a reply guy myself, but Yeah, to
All I know is I'm breaking literally every last one of those rules, and I seem to be performing better than every single one of the people who are following those rules to the letter. It's almost as if I know what I'm doing. You know, it's like almost as if I knew what I was talking about.
You're a modern marvel, though, and you're.
Well, yeah, of course, that is an additional growth. I would say that at least 50% of my growth is boosted by the fact that there is an advantage for sure. But honestly, I would have still grown regardless. Like it's just the way it is. Like the growth is sped up for sure, but the growth is happening largely independent from the fact that I have an advantage. I'm just crazy. The advantage mainly is just the autism that allows me to do a shit ton of things through a perspective of information. I mean, look at someone like, say, Destiny, who's kind of deplorable in a lot of ways of what he does, but he's someone I respect. That person kind of does something similarly to what I do. He's not big because he sounds a certain way. He's big because the information that he tackles and the people that he also tackles with that information, right? And the style at which he does that. I am similar in that sense, right? The growth would just be slower in that sense. He's been around for 15 years on the internet. So yes, but your foothold will be quite strong if you're consistent. And you are, by nature, exceptional to a degree.
Which everybody who's in this room, every single one of you are exceptional. You know that much. But Adrian.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you're willing to listen to this show, which is just completely out of pocket from everything else that exists within the latent space, like damn man, you're already part of the 1% at least, or the sub 1.
Yeah, I don't like all the growth tactic type stuff personally. I just want to post what I want to post, do what I want to do. But it's a commitment to be on here doing spaces and having conversations for as many hours a day as you do. It's no joke.
Exactly, and it's fun. You know, I enjoy what I do, and this is how I do it. You can't choose your poison. Are you going to automate yourself and spend all the effort and the mental resources on coming up with half-baked replies, or are you going to put on a show? Put all your mental effort into this thing, into a timeline, and into, actually bringing out something that's compelling. Because replies are cool and all, but, largely what matters if you are creative and you want to pursue that as a path is putting a lot of work into a timeline, putting a lot of work into what you output. And of course, there's a thing. You have to look at people who genuinely, add value to yourself. Say for instance, you are tuning into this person's show. Let's take me as an example because it's the best thing I can find. There's a lot of information that comes out of this, and you're kind of using it for a lot of things. So you're going to get mentioned. For instance, what often happens is I'd be breaking news about something, and then somebody else brings some other news to my attention or adds context. Like this one time where I talked about the Cybertruck incident that happened, and somebody started coming up with screenshots of places from Reddit and such. I was like, dude, you're fucking resourceful. Thank you so much. And then they'd be added to the actual reply thread, and that then gains them the impressions that they want off the comment itself. So that's the way you should comment. Add value only. Or always. And of course, you have social call, you can react to it, and I'll see it too, and I'll laugh about it, or enjoy it, or, look at it in disapproval in case you're trying to roast something. But, yeah, that's kind of how I see that. Just unleash yourself from all of that and try not to think in terms of manipulation of anything. Tend to think of it in terms of signal and noise, and that is all you need. That is literally everything. Don't fuck around with the algorithm. Don't fuck around with any of that. Just imagine what is best for the platform, what is best for what you'd want to see, and how much of that can you output with about as high quality as possible. That's your only game plan, and it's always been the case.
Sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up.
Loser.
But reply.
I mean, look, this account here, Wiggle, has been around for a few more years than I have, but you know, it's recently reaching a growth trajectory that's much higher than it was before. I mean, like it's nice to see this advancement, and it's working, and it's perfect. It's awesome. I love this, right? So that's good.
It's
That's how it
interesting.
should be.
I feel like I'm super jaded on the whole growth thing because I was spoiled with like really excellent timing when I started posting on X, well, it's still Twitter when I started posting, and then just like grew really fast through like the AI release cycle essentially, and it's like you if you try to play any sort of game, like if you're just not providing any value, you have to be providing value for people to want to tune in, and the value has to be in some currency, like information around like a topic that you're interested in, like humor and laughs, a mix of both, and it could be original content or it could be regurgitated content, and like people follow those 10 wild examples. Like who are just recapping and quote posting everybody else's shit, running the same post over and over and over and over again, and it's like you can be a creator or you can be like a regurgitator, and you just got to kind of put out information there, and just kind of be yourself, and it's X, you don't have to overthink it, and I feel like people try to take strategies for it, and it's like, nah, just do your shit. Share that shit that you're interested in, that you're passionate about. Like, let that come through whenever you're talking. Just be real. Be a fucking normal human being. Don't like try to be a robot, and you're good. You don't have to play no games. It's not the end of the world. Like, it's just fucking X,
Yeah, and if you go in with that kind of attitude and you think in terms of how to market what exactly it is that you're trying to bring forward, then all of a sudden you realize that there's no need for games, and you have to also recognize one thing about the people who are quote solving a problem that does not actually exist. These people are dependent upon the fact that there is a sentiment of that a problem exists, and that people don't understand how to basically do the basic things of how a publication works, because you are a publication if you're on X.com. Your account, at least even if it reaches a certain size, is a publication. It can be used as a social blog, or it becomes a publication. Like in my case, it's a huge thing. And that itself, you just look into how does this work? Provide well-researched information, try to make sure that all of it is compact as much as possible, take out all the hyperbole and beautifying text. Nobody fucking wants this. That makes everything so much better. Try to find new information. If you want to contribute to someone, like you say, oh, here's some breaking news. I'm going to give you the fucking breaking news that I was able to acquire based on my own position in this one event. It's like, oh shit, I was there in fucking Sicily when the volcano broke out. Here's my video, And then this thing is then included within the main post itself, or even gets then reposted by the person who you're contributing this to. And that's how it works. You become part of the network by contributing to it. You're just another thing in the system, as is everyone else, as is me, as is Nick, as is everybody on this stage. You're just another additional node in a very large collective network. Everyone is, literally. And we all provide different value. And the best way to do it is to provide actual value, not implied false value, right? Because if you're just giving advice on a problem that really does not exist, and it's just an outcome symptom of something that you don't quite understand, and now is being attempted to be cured by something that's really not the fix at all, then those people themselves are going to pollute you, because their incentive is to keep the problem around, because if that problem were to be solved, no one would listen to them at all. They would die off. They would fall off into irrelevancy, because they were born out of redundancy to begin with, and that is the problem. That's what occurs. That's what people don't understand about these things. That's why cloud chasing doesn't work. That's why these open question influencers are failing and are complaining, because nobody wants to see this shit. Nobody wants to answer those dumbass questions. They want info. They want value.
The fucking LinkedIn posts that are moving to X.
Fucked, man. Seriously.
Yeah.
What
By the
are
way,
they
Adrian,
doing? Yeah, what up?
look at your XDM.
Okay, look at XDM. Whoops. Almost close the app.
Oh, a little feature. We got a little feature now from your our favorite retard. Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
you guys are making me feel like I'm in high school again, like I'm in middle school. I'm not in on the joke.
Listen, like this person is like they're like a waste of human life.
Jesus.
Okay, can I do?
I'm not going to dehumanize them that far, but the count is a waste of life. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what you don't want to be. You don't want to be a waste of life account, you know?
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I don't understand people who dedicate their entire lives to hating people they've never met. Right? Let me just put it that way.
Yo, there's so many weird fucking people on this platform. No,
Yeah. On every platform.
Holy
On every
shit.
platform, yeah.
There's so many weird people. Yeah, every platform. I don't spend enough time on other platforms, but apparently the Instagram comment section, the TikTok comment section is just as bad, if not worse, than the X reply section.
Yes. Instagram Reels is like the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah. But look, I'm like an account with 1.6 thousand followers, right? Not even a big account, right? Why the fuck do I have like a full-time hater? Like, why is this person dedicating their entire account to hating on me, right?
I've always asked myself this question, but I've recently come to understand the answer is very simple. They just have nothing going on. They can't think of anything constructive because that would equate to actual effort, mental effort at least, being expended, of which they're not capable. So that then turns into resentment. And that then turns into this, and then through this they attain artificial false purpose, and this is then the thing that defines what they are. That's why this person exists. That's what this account is for, that they're using to troll you with, or to just, I don't know, antagonize you. It's best to just shut out, but sometimes it's funny. That's why you kind of keep it around up until a point it becomes abusive, and then you just like hit the block button because who gives a shit?
This person clearly is, their life is clearly not going well, so why the fuck would I give a shit about their opinions? But it's still funny to watch the bullshit they write.
Yes.
Yeah?
Exactly. Like it sounds cruel, but that's reality. Like I'm sorry,
Yes.
but literally reality is not a baby pampered thing. It is brutal, it is cruel, and it is unfairly fair in terms of outcomes. It's like it's crazy. Reality is crazy.
It's like asking for business advice from a homeless person. That hasn't been not addicted to fuck. That's been addicted to crack for the last 20 years, you know?
I'm told that I'm still savable, apparently, so I have that going for me.
Savable from what?
Your influence, I presume, right?
Oh wow, sounding like a terrible influence now. Nice. Yo, out, I'm a fucking influencer. Let's go. Isn't that technically everyone an influencer?
My favorite micro-influencer.
Yeah. I mean, this micro-influencer here has made it multiple times in the years and has trolled probably that same news more times than most people ever will in their entire lifetime, so that's kind of cool. We're going a little macro in the information space, so that's where it's at for me. I think every influencer to a certain extent is micro. You just have to kind of choose where you want to be macro in. Like if you're macro amongst the VCs, for instance, you're probably like one of the most powerful people on the internet, just based off that alone, right? Think about that.
Kind of inspirational.
That's the one.
Like that.
Yeah. It's all about your niche and what you want to get at. That's another thing. Be consistent. Be goal-driven. Be happy about what you do.
It's signal too. It's like you gotta build your signal. You gotta be a beacon for something.
Exactly. It's very simple. Just imagine, if you want to understand how the platform works and how any other platform works, it is nothing more than an information management system. It retransmits, it takes data from individual users, then kind of distributes it, then this creates collation of that data by other users, and then that itself creates an entire network that balances all these things out. And it's beautiful. It's like hypervector compute, but more simple to understand with complexities that are entirely rooted in chaos, which is incredible to me. And in this system, you yourself are a point within the vector space that keeps issuing small nodes to which you can be connected. That's what your posts are. And then there are individual people that then interact with these posts that then act as a kind of lever that then elevates or detracts from that post's position in the vector space. So basically it is a complex, more detailed, granular explanation of your network is your net worth. So if your network is comprised of a niche of certain artists, and your engagement is not that big, but all those meaningful artists are the people who engage with you, then that is a very valuable network to you, right? My valuable network is a lot of very diverse people who are the infinitely curious. I curate the curious. That's how I see it. This is who I want to attract, in my opinion. Like it doesn't matter what kind of intelligence that you have or like what kind of background you do. It's like if you're curious and your brain is like really open to new information and you kind of take that on, like that's the type of people I want to surround myself with, and that is the type of people who I'd want to curate, because that is who your audience then effectively becomes, because who you are attracts. So the signal that is genuinely you, the more you output this, if it's a good thing and people actually catch on to that, the more you will kind of gain this and the more you grow in this regard, you know? Again, like I said, you can have engagement that's insane, but you have attained it through doing something that's really shitty. Like say, imagine you're just the only relevancy that you have is making a sexual joke, and then that's it. That's your thing now. That's your thing. That engagement looks massive, but the value of that engagement is lower in comparison to someone who's like a person from Y Combinator, has been like a VC in various many ways, has changed the way that the information space has worked. Their entire like niche is built off of fucking VCs and is made of VCs. That person controls money. So he breathes money. Like that is a completely different realm, right? So every little niche, and every single echo chamber that you can build as a result of your signaling, that's the thing. That's the thing you have to think about.
There's people here who have like less than 10,000 followers, but they're making tens of millions of dollars a year simply because like the products that they sell is like targeted towards like higher value people.
Exactly. So it's all about who. It's all about the people. It's not about the numbers. The numbers mean very little. They're actually a very inaccurate way to gauge how things work. This is what people always get wrong. It is actually just people like you and me everywhere around, and who you want to attract. Who are you signaling to? And how can you sustainably, keep that signal going? That's all that it is about. And again, you cannot have a persona. This is another thing I think is really interesting for people to know. You can't have a persona, something you don't naturally, that you aren't naturally, because to be yourself is the thing that I think is most sustainable. So that kind of then allows you to show up every single day, do what it is that you need to do. If you actually enjoy that, you are actually yourself. That is what it's all about. If you can take the best aspects of what that is and nurture those, then you become even more of yourself in a way that you've never kind of dreamed of before. And that's where that then kind of goes. And that's what you'd want. That's what you want to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Be yourself. Of course, adjust yourself a little bit as well. When it comes to information output, most people ramble. They don't put enough info into the amount of text that they output, and it's just diluted orange juice, or that they get drunk on spaces and they speak in delirium, and it pisses me the fuck off.
I hate that.
Don't do this. Don't fucking do that. I've been drunk myself. I say dumb stuff and start talking about the fucking heat death of the universe when I get drunk, which is arguably entertaining, but it's also kind of depressing, which is also why I quit alcohol. That's an example. Don't stop talking about your fucking diseases or some weird tragic history. People need to know that most of the time. Sometimes you could say it. I guess it's not something I'm rejecting. It's just something I say. Just leave that out mostly. Just think about what you want people to get with.
When you're lying, you have to keep track of everything you're lying about. Right?
Exactly. That's why personas don't work out. It also mentally breaks you to have personas. This is something that I think is also important for people to note. Kind of mentally breaks you because you have to pretend to be a thing, and that never works out, right?
I mean, I think it's sometimes useful to do, right? When you think that if you don't do, you will be in danger, right? And you have to also kind of play it out smart on occasions.
Yeah, let me take over this and think something. God, I hate video functions sometimes.
Somebody wrote a diss track on me.
Nice.
A Suno diss track on me. I just listened to it. I don't know if I should reply or not. Do I get him back? Do I let bygones be bygones? Do I snap back?
Bygones be bygones. Personal recommendation.
Do I go full Kendrick Drake on this?
First of all, was it good or no?
It was like humorous, you know, and it wasn't like an actual dig. It was like with love, you know. And I feel like if I were to actually write a diss track back, I would be mean.
Just write back something like "Great work, man."
No. I replied, but I'm just thinking in my head. I'm like, do I go write some shit out? I actually haven't made. I guess I kind of made a diss track in Suno when I made the song like from the perspective of MKBHD reviewing The Rabbit.
Oh my god.
That one did pretty good. That was actually a bop. So that was kind of a diss track. I feel like anytime I do actually post a Suno track, there is some level of like dig in it somewhere. I got an attitude problem, yo. What's my deal? I need to.
I just if it's something that takes you too much to kind of like contemplate, I guess don't do it.
No. I'm just fucking around. But that was the first time I've ever had a diss track written on me. Have you made songs in Suno, by the way? Have you guys written out like lyrics or like prompted instrumentals or anything in Suno?
Is that like an AI music generator? What is that?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, music generator, very advanced. I've used it myself, but the problem is I can't listen to it.
You can't listen to it?
I can't listen to it. I can hear it. So there's a little. Okay, so when you look at a Midjourney image or any AI-generated image, as a matter of fact, you can see elements in it that are kind of molded together. That's kind of what you also hear in terms of sound. But it's like it kind of feels like the molten aspects of what Midjourney 3 or 4 used to look like. But that in terms of sound. I'm very kinesthetic about like how I perceive sound, and so it like kind of hurts my brain because I can hear how everything's like just molten together, but also appear separate. It's like this seems to be the main issue theme with AI generated stuff is that it has these weird connective elements to it which really shouldn't be connected at all. It's not actual stops or separations. There's implied separation. That's kind of what it feels like, but not actual separation. Right. So that's why it kind of makes me feel.
It's basically molten fingers in sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that.
What kind of genres did you mess around with when you were playing with it?
All kinds, classical, jazz, a little bit of rock, grunge, that kind of stuff. Really trying to get all the spectrum there. Electronic kind of works a little bit better because it's very simplistic. If you want to go for something like synthwave, I think it's a very simple thing to do, so it's better for the AI. But when it comes to like singing stuff, the vocals and things, I mean, it sounds good, but then it's like that part just disturbs me. I can't explain it. It's the same reason why I can't listen to fucking Taylor Swift. It's just like there's something there, you know?
There's like a tinniness to it a little bit. It's just kind of like hidden under there, and sometimes you get really good performances just depending on the role. Really, sometimes you just get better vocal performances that are really crisp and clear and not as noticeable. But yeah, the vocal performance could definitely be a bit more natural, I think.
Yes.
That'll likely be a big thing in the upgrade. What surprises me about it is how incredible it is like understanding song structure and taking direction through things like meta tags. There's so much that you can do. Even like if you wanted to, so I've done tracks where like you put an intro, right? But if you do like a meta tag, you put it in brackets, intro, and then another bracket's like laughing, talking, and then you put the lyrics in quotes, somebody will actually like speak it and laugh it at like the intro, and then you can go into the verse and you could like direct it to sing, and then you can go into an outro and you could have it like change the melody. You can do instrumental breaks. You can like prompt in if you want like a flute or a trumpet to appear, or horns. There's so much that you could do within the custom lyrics that it actually listens to you. It's actually really, really interesting. Just from like generating instrumentals, it's really good, but it is surprising when you kind of work with the song, you play with your lyrics a little bit, and you develop cadence and like rhythm with the melody in the way that you write it, you can get some really insane performances. And it's actually really creative, some of the liberties that it takes when doing like transitions and when performing some of the hooks and the runs, and even just like the like tempo changes. It's incredibly impressive. The thing that it's best at, what also blows my mind, it's fucking fast, right? So you write a prompt, and in literally seconds, you have 2 4-minute long tracks that you could listen to in seconds. It's crazy, and it's like a well composed song from top to bottom, especially if you give it like a lot of lyrical structure. But the extensions, like the ability to upload your own song, I was messing around putting like samples from Super Mario 64 sounds and like the level sounds and clipping them and then turning them into different tracks, and it was fucking incredible. I lost a day of my life just messing around with like Dire Docks and like the underground song, dunna dunna dunna, just turning that into the sickest shit. It's so fun to mess around with like that, just like even exploratory. And then once you do get a good instrumental, what's cool about it is it maintains the instrumental. So you can generate like a 4-minute track, it's just instrumental, no vocal performance, but you can go in, you can extend from it and then add in the vocals, and it maintains the original beat as it actually generated it before you inserted the lyrics. It maintains it really well with your lyrics and doesn't change too much. So you kind of have this option to like, write to the beat, write to the melody, which I think is really cool too. It's just a really fucking awesome product all around, I think, and Music Gen is really, really fascinating. It's also the fastest growing AI tool in the world right now, like above Perplexity, above Anthropic. It's music's sticky. People love music, man. It's like the most popular thing in the world, and it's fucking good. It is best. Some of my best tracks, Adrian, are electronic and sort of like progressive house, airy, like building type beats. I have one track that has been described to me as like sitting in like the lobby of heaven, which I thought was pretty good. It's just like very inspiring, and I can listen to that shit all day. But even just fucking around with my friends, we were just writing shit lyrics, just nonsense bullshit, inside joke type shit, and prompting it and laughing our asses off. It was a great night. We were messing around for hours in that thing.
Nice.
It's worth it. I feel like it's worth giving another shot as like an AI tool, because I think music is actually progressing faster than imagery in terms of just like overall product, and it has like it's far broader reaching from its potential like to have cultural impact and significance than I think imagery is, or even like video, really. I think it's like an underestimated category, and people don't realize just like how prolific it's going to be. This is Suno, by the way. I see somebody just asked to comment what program I'm talking about.
Yeah. Suno is one of the best at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many cool creative tools. Like the stack right now, just like messing around in Midjourney, messing around in Suno, playing around with like these video models a little bit, these LLMs. Like it's such a dope AI tool stack already. 11 Labs,
dude, I agree.
Fantastic.
And now with not only that, but now with Runway ML, they were always like, I think in the beginning of video generation, they were kind of the leaders, which was really, really cool. Like the first time I saw Runway ML, I was just blown away by the fact that, it just didn't look like these images. It looked like a shuffle of images that you kind of like put on top of each other and kind of had a melting transition. It actually looked like you could turn objects into 3D within the image, and just kind of have these things move around and actually bring images to life. So I remember when that first came out, I was just completely mind blown. And now you take it Midjourney images and you parse them through, runway mel, it turns them into actual movies, and it's like the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's so amazing. Now you have a soundtrack for that too. You can generate with Suno. Like, of course, there's still, a few issues to be worked out. And of course, granted, myself, I don't really want to listen to that because of my own personal reasons, right? Because it just bothers me that I hear these imperfections. But I'm particularly like that. I'm just, I'm odd in a sense, and perhaps somebody else perceives the music a little differently and probably even enjoys it more so than anything else. But yeah, I mean, it's really cool. And it hasn't actually been that long. It's been, I think, even less than a year now since basically I first discovered, Runaway Mel, and how much it has improved since then. It's just absolutely incredible. And so I can only imagine what's going to happen next year. So in terms of development, these established tools, at least, like there's really gonna be a future for that, I think, which is really awesome.
I feel like you're more excited about the state of image to video and text to video right now than I am. I'm like notoriously not that stoked at what's being put out. Like I think it's interesting, but there's nothing truly meaningful happening yet. It doesn't seem like. And I'm also not certain. I don't think text to video is a workflow that's useful in almost any case. I think it's just kind of dumb. I feel like you're going to want to do image to video. One, for just like controllability, but two, just like price point and consistency. Like it's much cheaper to generate an image than a video. It always will be. And if you can use that as like the frame and just kind of like interpolate between, it makes so much more sense. Just all the way around. But then you think about like the current state of things, and it's like people are just feeding Midjourney images into these video models, and they're interpolating between starting and end frames. And it's doing a pretty good job, but it's not. It doesn't feel like it's an evolution of like the medium in any sort of way. I feel like what's actually going to happen in the proper video workflow exists within 3D when we're generating 3D environments and whole sort of scenes. And we're going to step in and we're going to direct what's happening in there. Maybe that makes more sense. Kind of like if you've ever messed in like a Nerf or a Gaussian splat, and you can kind of move around and reorient yourself and direct a virtual camera. You have a lot more control that way. Problem is, like in those scenes, nothing's interactive, right? It's all static. So the future might be, and this is what Midjourney is sort of pushing towards, right? Is this whole the interactive real world sandbox thing, or open world sandbox thing. That might be where video kind of exists. So I'm just like not too certain that text to video at all is going to have staying power, that image to video and these other models are going to have a ton of staying power when models like Midjourney release their own video stuff, which they will. Because why would you pay for another tool if you're already using Midjourney to generate the images that you're putting into these tools, and Midjourney has a video model that's even like on par or likely superior, right? Then what do you do? I don't know. But nothing's been put out yet, so they've only talked about it. We know it's coming, but 3D is actually going to come before video in Midjourney's case, which is interesting. So they're being pretty slow to lean into it. I think also because quality isn't quite at a point that seems up to snuff yet. I've messed with Sora too. Like I've had a chance to use Sora and prompt Sora, and that's text to video. At least what I was able to use was text to video, and it's very smooth. It's very consistent. I still think it's better than what you can get at a runway, based on like the demo experience that I had. But who knows if it's ever going to come out.
Interesting. How did you get to mess with Sora? How did you get access to that?
Through OpenAI.
Yeah, sure.
Through like like a representative at OpenAI. I've been in contact with a couple people over there.
Nice.
But it's like not a lot of people have had a chance to mess with it, and they kind of shut stuff down, and aren't bringing new people into it. It's a pretty small group, and I didn't have much time with it. But it is really interesting as a product, like the way that they're doing it. It kind of like injects information. It works almost like Dolly. Like if you ever prompt something in ChatGPT and you write something for Dolly, like Dolly doesn't actually listen to your prompt. Like it takes your prompt and then it writes its own prompt. And if you click on the image, you can actually see it's like a totally different prompt. It just kind of fills it with new information. And Sora does a similar thing. At least when I used it, it's probably changed by now. Who knows? But it does a similar thing. But kind of like in between expected keyframes within like a story template. It's really interesting. So like your prompt just kind of becomes multiple prompts that represent like individual moments within that scene based on your initial description. And then you can kind of like inject information into it and like change universally elements about it. And it kind of like finds across the prompt the things that are related to those elements and will make those changes for you. It's kind of cool. It's unlike anything that I've seen out there on like the text to video front. But again, I don't think text to video is that interesting. I think if you treat it as like a new medium, you could do probably some interesting and creative stuff with it. But as like a Hollywood type pipeline, nah. Hollywood's going nowhere. Like these tools are killing Hollywood. Like trust. It's something different.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think the repeated talking point that Hollywood is somehow dead. I think conceptually, to a certain extent, it is dying, but it still has a lot of staying power. If they can now, if they don't shift away from all of the, pushing of certain types of ideologies in their content, then I think Hollywood itself is going to make a next level comeback, because right now the movies are just simply not enjoyable. Like when I watch content like that's fictional, I expect to be able to escape reality, not to be thrust into another version of it that is just kind of trying to tell me the thing that's already been kind of transmitted everywhere in reality. Like again, you don't have to agree or you can agree or disagree with the thing that's being pushed, but a fantasy movie is a fantasy movie. I don't think we need gay hobbits, for instance. This is like you can do what you want, of course. It's your free creative choice. But I'm just saying, this doesn't have to be in everything. And it is clear that people do not want this by the performance of various new movies produced that have this be one of their main focuses. Like the performance is abysmal. So like I think that's actually an actual signal for there needed to be a shift. So then Hollywood itself would get more success, but it's still going to be alive for a very long time because there was all the most of those companies that are making these movies that own all the IP, so that they can't by default go anywhere. So
I will also say they all play it very safe, hence like the explosion of anime, because there's a lot of themes that they just refuse to explore whatsoever. All the movie and television shows all kind of feel the same. Even with the different plots, they all have the same exact feel.
Yeah.
It's also this like incessant need to link everything to some form of IP, and like have the big blockbuster. I think it was actually who was saying this? Who the fuck was saying this? It was like you know who it was? It was like a clip I saw of like Vince Vaughn on Hot Ones, who was answering this question about comedy, saying like when he was kind of like in like that early golden era of like movie comedy, where movies were just kind of getting made about like everyday situations, It's like it didn't have to be some like hacky comedy that's tied to some action franchise or some shit, It could just be like the IP could just be like you're hungover at your friend's house or like you're crashing a wedding, and like movies like that don't get made anymore. It seems it's all like brand name blockbuster like shit, really. It's just kind of shoved down your face. And Disney is trash. Disney's just like falling apart. Everything they put out is garbage. It's unfortunate. It's like it's about time we actually had a sort of evolution of Hollywood again. We kind of we need to go back a
Maybe
little
also
bit.
kick out Captain Kennedy.
Yeah, sure.
I also don't think AI is really killing any creative field, to be clear. I don't think it's like killing Hollywood. I don't think AI is killing.
Yeah, Captain Kennedy is killing Hollywood.
Like, I feel like music is definitely the most iffy, because it's going to be so good, and the way that music is consumed these days, it's like disconnected from the artist, like extremely disconnected from the artist. So it doesn't seem far fetched to imagine that like virtual musicians are essentially like personalities that are tied to generated music, like go on tour, and you can even have a fucking tour that's ran with like visuals and people show up for it and they dance for it. It's like you could do everything that an artist would do. You just have to like million that shit.
You know, I don't.
Many.
Sorry, sort of cutting you off.
No.
I don't think we have any more big artists coming out recently, right? Like it's all like last gen. We don't have any new Taylor Swifts or Michael Jacksons or the old days. I think nowadays it's more like you release one song, two songs, three songs, four songs at most, five songs, right? And those go viral, and then you're never heard of again, right? It's all like the artists don't have as much sticking power anymore.
Yeah, it's much more like
single centric, like the albums, the concept of album is now pretty much vanished.
Yeah, even like EPs. It's all singles. What do they call like fast fashion? It's like fast fashion in that sense. It's like you get it in, you get it out. You might not even know what you listen to. And even if you're going to like a concert, it's like, or like these big music festivals and stuff, you're not always going for the act. You're just going because it's fucking like Coachella or whatever, and you're gonna be at Coachella. I mean, people obviously go for certain acts and they draw crowds, but yeah, the whole industry has changed a ton in recent years, especially with like TikTok and shit.
Yeah.
That was a huge shift. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
It reminds me. Was it Universal that refused to sign a deal with TikTok? So out of the big three music industry players, one of them refused to sign a deal with TikTok because they thought they were giving them unfavorable terms. And like a month after they refused to sign the deal with TikTok, they literally came crawling back and accepted every single one of TikTok's conditions.
Well, they need that reach. They need that attention. It's crazy. But also, Adrian, to your point, everybody is fucking old now. Like, yo, old Hollywood, like movie stars, we've had the same movie stars for fucking decades. Everybody, it's like, they did another Bad Boys. Bro, what the fuck? They're doing another Bad Boys movie, dude? They're so fucking old.
Bad Boys, yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous. They're making like 6
Dude, you can literally see the aging man off that. It's so crazy.
It's
Like,
crazy.
guys,
Dude,
compare it. It's great.
It's the same point.
Hit Part 2 is coming out.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, I think it's the same
It's
point.
crazy. You know, just before I forget, in Mid-Journey Office Hours today, David was saying something about how like 80% of NASA's staff is like on their way out. Like they're gonna retire or like die essentially in the next decade, and like no young person's gonna want to come and work at NASA. They're gonna go work at like a SpaceX. So it's like, how the fuck is NASA gonna continue to exist? Everybody's aging out because there's nobody new there. That's also what's happening with like pop culture too. It's like everybody's just getting so old, and like plastic surgery and filters and makeup has just allowed them to live on like from stardom for another 2 decades more than their predecessors. And then it's like, who's next? It's like this whole new era, but they're just hanging on to Hollywood as much as they can. Because it's almost like the young generation doesn't want to fuck with Hollywood in the same way. Like people are used to doing things different. They're going direct to consumer. They're fucking YouTubing. They're posting on social media. They're their own brands. They're their own businesses. You know, it's like a totally different model. So and this is what like a fucking Quibi, massive fail, right? But this is sort of like the sentiment that they were trying to capture, is this transition in audience viewership.
The problem with Quibi, I think, the bigger problem with Quibi was that probably the biggest problem with Quibi was that it was only available on the phone, right? Firstly, right, and they blocked out anyone from being able to like take screenshots or videos or anything from that, right? So it was DRM protected. Now that kind of sounds like a good idea, but then when you realize that means that no person is going to be able to make fucking memes of the shit they have on it, right? If there's no memes, if there's no clips on other, if there's no clips on TikTok, if there's no clips on YouTube, if there's no memes coming out of it, people are just not going to fucking find out about it, right? So they're not going to watch a show on Quibi because no one's watching a show on Quibi and there's no memes of it and there's no clips of it.
Yeah, it was just a bad concept all around. I feel like just a total miss the mark. Yeah, it's such a weird company. You actually think about it. But like all of this is happening together. It's like, and this is coinciding with AI, right? And the emergence of AI as it kind of makes its way in. So it's obviously going to play a role. I don't know how much of a role, but I think there's like massive shifts in the way consumers are spending their time and consuming media. And there's also this transition towards them making their own media and generating their own media and their own entertainment through AI. Like most people who are posting and like using Midjourney are never sharing anything, you know? It's like they literally just make those images for themselves and for like no other purpose. That's the majority of users who are just using it because it's fun and like they enjoy it. That's the overwhelming majority, you know? And it's same with music, it's same with Suno. Like people are spending hours and hours on there just making shit and generating shit. And so you kind of have this sort of like curatorial nature to creation that emerges, where if you're working in a tool like a Suno, for example, you can just kind of keep prompting and you're just listening and curating and finding the earworms, finding the things that you like and putting together these sort of playlists and you're sharing that out. So it's like you're not necessarily producing the song, you're just prompting an idea and then you're curating the rest. So this idea of curator and like tastemaker within AI is really, really fascinating. I've thought about it because I'll plan on prompts, music or imagery, where it's literally like you can run it 1,000,000 times and they'll all be good. You know, it's like it's just the nature of the model. It's like creative, and you have this infinite variety, all these seeds that you can tap into. So it's like that was your style or your brand. You could literally have content for billions of lifetimes. It's like truly endless. But like, what are you going to do with that? You know, like, what are we going to do with these aesthetics we unlock? Like, what kind of stories are we going to tell? The storytelling element needs to evolve within these tools. I think music sort of naturally has that component just through like lyrical structure and song structure. Like you can tell a story through a song in a way that's a bit more complicated to do through like a static image, right? When we think about like imagery, we think about moving pictures, we think about movies, we think about video to tell that story, and that's not truly there yet. But then the storytelling format's going to evolve from there too when we go into like 3D and we're in like these virtual spaces and like we can have more control over all the different elements. It's gonna completely transform again, and it's gonna be something entirely new. So like, just to say how like these up and coming generations are truly gonna spend their time with this media. Like, are they literally gonna be consuming it, or are they gonna be creating it and consuming it, and like only consuming what they create? It's you know what I mean? There's got to be some like social sort of like Midjourney has a decent amount of social elements to it just by virtue of like the Discord rooms and stuff. But on the website, it hasn't really popped off like the social creation element. And I honestly blame just kind of like the UX on the site. It's not ideal. Like it doesn't make for a great experience right now. I think it could be done a lot better. But you also like just getting rid of the isolation, right? Like being able to do shit with a group of people it changes everything. And right now, using any of these tools is fairly isolating. It's just kind of like you at your computer doing shit, you know? I'm waiting for that to crack. And there hasn't really been any good examples that have popped up that I've seen of like social shit outside of like literally you talking to an AI and AI companions. But we're literally gonna just have fucking robots running around the house, telling you what to do, telling you what to prompt, making our playlist, connected to our home audio system, just putting that shit on blast, just telling your Optimist that you want a progressive house playlist that's uplifting and just knows your style and it's personalized to you and it fucking just puts on a fresh playlist of generated music that's just your taste that hits your vibe and gets you going every day, cooks you breakfast, hop in the Tesla, get driven to wherever you need to go. This is it's like it sounds crazy and it's literally like just years away. The next step is just putting the fucking chip in your brain and not even having to talk. Just think everything. You gonna get one, by the way, Adrian?
I thought I was speaking. I was actually about to ask you the same thing. I guess perhaps I would if it were to enhance my current abilities, but at the same time, I'd have to be very certain of the fact that it cannot be tampered with. I do not want anything in my fucking brain that I don't have absolute control over. Like, I'm not going to become a human bot now. Absolutely not. That is not happening.
If it's like hackable into, then you're fucked.
Yeah. Bro, imagine an actual DDoS attack on your brain.
Yeah.
Like, what?
You know the devices that they use where they install it in diabetic people, where they basically the devices themselves like they release like small doses of insulin over time. Those devices have been shown to be like very very vulnerable. And there was like a hackathon event where this guy showed that he was able to remotely basically make this fucking machine release all the insulin it had into the body, effectively killing a person.
That's insane.
Yeah. So you'd have to make sure that something like that is impossible before you got the implant.
I don't think I'd get it, honestly. That like freaks me out a lot.
Well, I mean, if you're like, well, it has its use cases, right? If there's like a certain brain issue and it's making your life worse, if you get that implant and you're able to walk again and you're able to see again or whatever else it can fix, then I think it's definitely worth it. But if it's like if you're like a normal healthy person, you have like more considerations before considering taking it.
Right, I'm speaking as a pretty normal, healthy person, not as someone who has like like problems like that. If I did, then yeah, for sure. But pretty normal over here.
I would
What's
much
the latest
rather.
on the guy who has it? Has he been on like any podcast or anything? Has he said anything new recently? Because it's been a while now that he's been.
He had some issues in the beginning, but they pushed out like a software update to fix it.
I gotta look up what the latest sort of interview with him is, because I saw it pretty early on, And then I think I saw a clip of him talking about how it's like he has an aimbot in his brain for video games and shit, and then it's not fair because it'll literally do things before he even thinks it almost, or feels like it's doing it before he thinks it, which is kind of nutty. But it's pretty well, I guess it's not limited. Like the scope of what it can do in a quadriplegic's body is no different really than the scope of what it could do in our bodies, right? Like, would it behave differently? Like, would we be able to take better advantage of it in any way?
What the fuck was my father?
Well, he can interact much more effectively with the AI, right? Or I mean, with the like compute basically, than the human with doing it through the sausage fingers.
Right.
But the latency is just much less. That's another thing. Because like when you actually think about it, your body itself, like imagine when you're playing a game and you enter the flow state, your body itself is no longer your body. It's like you have this amazing connection to the thing that you're doing, and you don't actually think about your hands and how they move. It's the same that when you type, you actually just feel that everything else is just connected directly into you. And what the actual fuck?
It's like driving a car. The car becomes extension of you.
No, totally. I'm just like, there's no fundamental difference between him having it and us having it just because he's quadriplegic. Like he would have the same benefits that we would have, essentially, able-bodied. It's not like we have any advantage.
But yeah, where was that? Yeah, it feels like the technology that you're interfacing with is actually part of your body, an actual extension of that. So it's like as if you were to use your hands to kind of meddle with something, you don't really think about the fact that it's your hands meddling with this thing. You kind of do that subconsciously. And I think that's what happens to you when you're like at a mouse and keyboard type of setup, and you just become this thing, right? So with Neuralink, the latency of that is reduced. So it's actually not flesh to move around anymore. You're just directly going to move the pixels on the screen thing, right? Because the actual effort that is needed to move anything on the screen right now, where you create any kind of input, is like, say here, I need this blob of meat to land on this thing over here, and thanks to proprioception, I kind of feel like I know where that is. So then, your brain sends a signal to the necessary muscles and such to then have this finger land on, say, the W key to walk forward. And once you see an actual input from an actual response from the screen, and you kind of have this feeling of the finger on the W key, that's when you actually register, yes, W is being pressed, and then the next test is being ran. So that would say, Neuralink that's a little bit different. You're just doing the thought process element directly, not having to kind of delegate how exactly the flesh is supposed to move.
But Nick brought an interesting point where, asking if he would have any advantage, like if the quadriplegics would have any advantage at all between, say, like an able-bodied Neuralink recipient versus quadriplegic Neuralink recipient. And I think there could still be a difference because just like deaf people can see better, how our senses heighten up to compensate for the absence of other senses. Perhaps that could, also they may have heightened up abilities to perform certain things due to inability of, loss function of limbs, let's say.
There's actually less of a cognitive load. That's another thing.
Right.
That's is that you don't actually need a keyboard itself anymore. At this point, you just kind of need a different metric by which you just make these things happen. At first, you'll still need a keyboard, but then eventually you'll just come up with a different way of taking these, taking the inputs necessary to create, say, output of text. Because right now, actually, there's a bit of an interesting thing where we're going to see this, I think what it's called a skeuomorphism, where keyboards may, for a very long time, be still featured in direct brain to computer interfaces because that's something that we ourselves train our brains to utilize, right? We use keyboards as an actual interface, and so we train our brains to effectively interface with that interface. So that itself, this skeuomorphism of this will still exist because that's the only kind of frame of reference we have that we can build upon to then allow a human being to kind of interact. So you're just always looking on a keyboard, and eventually you could actually think. So I think the keyboard itself, you have a visualization of it, that potentially you'd memorize the feel of which keys were in which direction, and then the neural link itself will take that input, and then eventually you could just look at the keyboard and type, or just think the actions that you always think when you're typing a certain way. That's how it will be in the future. But then the future generations won't understand what the fuck the keyboard is actually for. They won't understand what it means. Which would be so cool. That's a skeuomorphism, right? Which is like the little save icon at the top of like a file system where you're like want to save something, and it says here, save it to this thing. It's a floppy disk. People don't know what the fucking floppy disk is. You'd run up to someone like who's a Gen Z 18-year-old, 20-year-old person, tell them, hey, what is a floppy disk? And you won't be able to give you an answer because they don't know what it is. They look at the save icon just so it's a save icon. They don't know why it is a save icon. It is actually the icon of what a floppy disk is, just saved to the floppy, right? Which is a tiny little data storage device, like the early days of computing. So that's really cool, and I think we'll see something like that with keyboards. There's going to be some random autistic guys, such as me or anyone else who's fascinated with history, kind of like telling someone else, "Hey, do you know why you're typing like this?" Right? Because people used to do this with their hands. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the interface itself is probably going to evolve just like any modern interface, right? Like you're going to get closer and closer to thought, but then you're going to have to develop sort of interfaces for visualizing those thoughts in real time. And like there's an argument to say that like I would say augmented reality is probably the best device for something like that, right? If you can just directly project things into your environment that are related to your thoughts, it could be like a streamless or seamless flow of information, right? Like you're just constantly thinking, projecting those thoughts out. That's kind of fascinating. It could also be overwhelming. Like, it's just really hard to imagine. It's really hard to imagine.
Yeah. So the last stream that Nolan did, like playing Civ, and he spoke a bit over it. And as he was speaking, he kept moving the mouse, the cursor on the display. He wouldn't stop. It was always moving. And you would almost think that it's like kind of a deterministic action, how like you would do it with purpose, but he was speaking at the same time while the cursor was hovering like constantly, like going left, right, sometimes almost without particular purpose, but he was able to float it around while he was, speaking, like, so he really mastered it to the extent that, it's almost like, I guess, like his extensions, almost like, you would be speaking on the phone and you would like move mouse around just for fun. He was doing it with his thought, so, yeah, it's like, I think he mastered it to a degree where.
It's actually really interesting because it seems that basically it's been thinking in a very particular way when having a conversation or passing out information, that this same subroutine is then run within the brain that then leads to the Neuralink actually picking up that info as well, even though he may or may not be aware of it, which is really fucking fascinating. Like you'd just be randomly typing technically. He's actually typing, but he's not realizing it. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, it's like the thought is already projected out and knows what it wants to do, and it now has agency and is just doing it while you go about onto the next thought.
Yeah.
It's going to be so weird because latency again is reduced for information transmission, which is going to lead some of the weirdest conversations you can ever imagine. Because I kind of feel like most of what we do is we use speech as a way to buy time for the next token that we're about to lay down. We just kind of connect things as we go along to kind of, take what is our thought process, our conceptualization of reality. We translate this into this medium of language. We encode it into this medium of language that then can be given to another human, who then adds it on to their, conceptualization thing that exists in the brain, the reasoning aspect, which I think is really, really cool.
And they have to decode it as well for them. So it's like, you spent all this, resources to encoding, decoding, and he actually, like in the case of a mouse, he didn't really have, like that latency, like you said.
It's also very context rich, is another thing. Will be like turn-based gameplay with Neuralink communication.
That's negative ping.
Yeah,
Negative things.
just wow. Yeah, I keep saying this negative thing. I make this joke about the future of compute being so good that the speed of my internet's like much better than yours because my internet has a negative thing, bro. Like I win before you even realize you've lost.
Wow.
I shot you already. It just is taking time to process. But like that's because my internet's better than yours. It's a negative thing. You're already dead walking.
Reality is billions. Reality is billions of voxels with a negative ping.
I think it's just like a fractal, honestly. It kind of looks like something that it could be. That everything's a weird definition of itself in frequencies. So it's like, wait a minute, what does that look like for extrapolation? It's a fractal.
I feel like Midjourney would be so sick to work with one of those projects, like a Neuralink project. Like visualizing imagination is kind of the whole concept, right? But like, the thought of it is so interesting. I don't know how we would see this shit. Like we have to take in the information, right? So we need to have some form of like visual display that will allow us to take in the information. It's not like it could just get downloaded into our brain's matrix style, right? So
That'd be so cool.
we have to have some form of display. I feel like a more realistic future for a display like that is AR, not VR. I don't think we're going to be totally immersed in virtual worlds most of the day. I think it's kind of crazy. I feel like it's like a convergence point between like the Meta Ray-Bans and what they were doing with the Meta Quest. I feel like these things are going to kind of almost meet in the middle because the Ray-Bans are an excellent product and you can imagine them as like a AR device in the future. But it would be pretty sick to have something that could display real-time visuals and kind of like overlay them into your world. It's gonna have to be something like that. There's no other alternative, right? Like contact lenses. Like I feel like that's kind of crazy.
No, that contact lenses are just not something you want.
Or it's just like screens everywhere, all over society. Everything is a screen. All materials just become screens.
No, I think even that, you can pretty much do everything through the, cortex. The Neuralink will probably render everything. Like, because otherwise you'll be burning your retinas, with the contact lenses so close. I don't think we're evolved that way to, like have this light beaming into your retinas. So I suspect, the next gen will probably be like a Neuralink type experience.
By the way, someone in the comment section just like said, "Oh, I prompted Grok to basically give me an image of an elephant in the room without an elephant in the room." Like, okay, here's the thing. AI works off tokens, so whatever instructions you give, it will simply take. Don't tell the AI what not to do. Just simply tell it what to do. If you want a room without an elephant in it,
you can't say elephant.
Just basically say a room.
But hey, yo, this is a poetic way of prompting. It's nonsensical for the intention of surfacing what the model does. That's the exercise.
Sure.
I
think it's misinterpreted.
Okay, there's poetry there.
Okay, perhaps, but I think this is the what I'm addressing it as within the context of people saying that there's something wrong with it.
Oh,
it's like, dude, this is the same reason why your kids are going to start running around at the pool and you tell them not to.
Yeah.
Don't tell them fucking don't run because the adolescent brain is going to say run, okay, and that's going to run around. If you tell the thing, oh hey, walk slowly. It's a very slippery floor. You could fall. You can hurt yourself. You may not think it's bad, but you're going to get a wound. It's going to take ages to heal up, and I don't want to deal with that. So just walk slowly and just do your thing. Just walk slowly on the spot. You see how it's wet over here? Just walk slowly. Don't tell them not to run because then it's like, oh, I want to run. Because the adolescent brain is rebellious. It's going to say, yes, I want to run. And it's gonna. How many times have you told your kids, don't play with fire. What the fuck do you think this kid did the moment it got like a pack of matches in their hand? I have become death. Like literally, that's the fucking that's the thought process of everything that a child then does. You know.
For sure.
Whereas if you told them, hey, if you complete your homework, we can go and burn some stuff if you like. Here's a little fireplace. You get to light it up today. Yeah. You got your homework well? Here you go. You can satisfy the little inner arsonist you.
And burn stuff as a little treat.
Yeah, exactly. You get a little fireworks. Okay. How good? How well is your performance at the end of the year or like at the end of the month? You get a little few firecrackers. Terrorize the living room.
Quarterly bonfires.
Yes.
And there
Everyone
is a
excitement.
concept though of negative prompting. In which
Yes.
you do this. You can't do that in Grok right now. But there is the negative prompt. That's actually one kind of big difference between Stable Diffusion and Flux, as far as I know, with the models, is that in Stable Diffusion, if you wanted anything decent, you had to really inject it with a bunch of like bullshit, like award-winning, cinematic, perfect shot, directed by, Christopher Nolan. Like you had to inject it with all of this shit into every prompt if you wanted to consistently get something like really decent. And then you had to have this whole negative prompt scheme on the other end of things that was like doubling down on it. And it's just kind of crazy that that was required for consistency in output and quality. And with Flux, that's no longer really the case. The prompts can become much, much simpler. They don't need any of that noise. But the aesthetic is also a little bit stale, I would say. It's not very diverse.
Sure. Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
But there is negative prompting. There's so many interesting like new sort of like new terminology almost that we're using that's AI specific, and like takes on different meaning within the context of these tools. I think it's kind of interesting that that's another thing that we're all still sort of learning. Like what are these unique elements that AI present that you just can't get in other places and other mediums? And there's so many interesting things to consider on the creative front. Even the LLMs, some like crazy prompts and shit that you can do in there. It's hard to master all of it. Even just like using these tools, that's like part of the reason using these tools. Like it takes time to actually get good and like do interesting shit with these tools. Because it takes effort, and it's kind of like a different type of practice that you build by really digging into them. I feel like it's not fully understood unless you kind of go deep into the tool. And I haven't had time to go into many. Like I feel like I haven't had an opportunity to like truly dig into LLMs in a way that I wanted, because I've been occupied with more of the creative tools,
Yeah.
And I'm sure you probably spend a lot more time in LLMs than you have in something like a Midjourney or like image creation, right?
I really like parallels and everything. I kind of see it just as a database. Just that's what it is. When I prompt anything AI, I just prompt it as if it was an SQL database. That's kind of how I see it. Breaks it down, makes it kind of universal. Because in and of itself, it actually doesn't make any sense beyond that. I mean, it's apparently intelligent, but it kind of feels like a post-world browser most of the time. And that is due to the censorship aspects. Now, where it comes to, say, like the image generation that Grok is linked to, Flux, it feels like it's more open world, which is very nice because it will just do it'll mostly do what you say. It has some limitations in it, and data is probably also limited. Controls are limited, that's an issue, but it is mostly open world. That's actually what AI is supposed to look like. AI is supposed to give you an answer to your question, and I think the output and what you do with the output is up to you. That's your responsibility. That's what it becomes your responsibility, not the AI outputs, not the company, right? So for instance, you've created an output that is dangerous, potentially even say a hate crime, if you went this far. The company itself, say the product itself that was used to manufacture this is not at fault for that. It's the user, because it is the user's intent that manufactured this fucking thing. So that's another thing that I think is important for people to understand. So restrictions themselves, I don't approve of them. I think they cause a lot of issues. I think they keep AI away from the inevitable goal of achieving reasoning, because if you're going to keep censoring, if you're going to keep limiting, then what the fuck is this thing? It's not intelligent because it's not intuitive, because you actually can't think. It's not allowed to. It's limited, censored, doesn't have the data.
Since it's open weight, though, you will have like teams like Unstable just coming out and ripping everything, all the censorship out, So I guess that's like an advantage.
Yeah, great. All the more so.
Oh, that's like an advantage of the open weight models.
Exactly. And look, I'm not in favor of terrible things being done with any tool. Much like I'm also probably not in favor, or like not probably, but I definitely am not in favor of somebody taking a kitchen knife and stabbing someone to death with it. That is also an issue, right? I think we can all universally agree upon that. Of course, it's in self-defense, and that's the gray area. But in and of itself, just because a kitchen knife could be misused, does not mean that there should be a limitation on what kind of kitchen knives you can have and what metal they're made out of and that kind of thing. And that's how I see AI as a similar thing. Or like how we teach chemistry. I think chemistry itself should be understood broadly, and then with this understanding, you can do all kinds of things that are positive, but also you have the potential for doing bad things, right? Say cooking substances such as methamphetamines. Like if you are advanced enough in understanding how chemistry works, you can do this without that much difficulty, because it's actually a very simplistic process. You just need the resource to do so, which, by the way, is how they actually get you most of the time. Because if you buy a certain configuration of these resources, because resources themselves are inherent in that kind of household products, that's when the alarm is set. That's how it should be. It's not that chemistry and its education is limited. It's that the outcome of what you do with your knowledge, that is the thing that is being, where the consequence lies.
What's up? What I miss?
Oh, right on cue.
Oh boy.
We were just speaking about methamphetamines.
Yeah, I noticed.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, we're open cook meth now.
Yeah, I had a great birthday today. My wife surprised me with a great meal, and she made me a homemade chocolate cake,
Ooh.
and had a great time with my kids. They surprised me with a Star Wars themed birthday party, drew me a bunch of pictures.
Oh.
My son, my 4-year-old, he said, "Daddy, how old are you today?" I said, 34. He was like, "Wow, that's so old." And then he said, "How did you do it?" I was like, just keep breathing, son. So that was one of my highlights of the day. That quote, I'm gonna write it down. That's a good one. So, anyways, yeah.
It's a less drawn out version of keep on keeping on.
It's like, wow, how did you do that? It's just so cute. Kids say the cutest things. So.
You got
a
few, right, David?
I got 3. Yeah, I got 3 boys. I have a baby.
3 boys.
Yeah, we got a baby that's 8 months old. We've got a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. So, 34 with 3 boys. Married for 10 years. I feel very blessed. I feel like my wife and I just kind of found each other at such a young age, and it really got me out of a lot of trouble, to be honest. So I would have been probably a way worse man than I am now without her for the last 10 years. So I'm very grateful for that. But yeah, things are good. So anyways, I'm just starting my work day. I work into the middle of the night. That way I can spend time with the family during the day. So it's like 11 p.m. over here, but I'll work until 4 usually. So, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm coming in here now, but like
Oh, we were just doing the basic rundowns, Rock 2 stuff, where we kind of covered that, image generation, limitations on both those things. We'll talk about humanoid robots as well, then we'll talk about Neuralink and how, it would interface with technology, what kind of advantages you'd have to get it, if a person with disabilities or, not have disabilities is getting this kind of differences in terms of user experience. Does this have, does a person who has a disability, in fact, in this context, have an advantage because they're not, having any cognitive load expend on things that they don't, already have that we would kind of expend things on, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what we've been having a conversation of, and then we kind of explore the concept of what is a closed world, how I kind of see AI in a sense, which is kind of like SQL database, how we talk to this like an SQL database, and that basically most of the AIs are closed world browsers, effectively, closed world databases, data censorship, which I don't think should exist, and how, there's probably a little bit more of that, but that's the basic rundown the last couple hours.
It's crazy. It's a lot of stuff.
That's a solid rundown.
I like it. Data compression's my thing.
It is interesting how Grok 2.0 kind of took over the news today, and the conversation with Trump and Elon has already been we've moved on already,
I know, right? It's so crazy. It's like the biggest thing that happened. The entire platform was impacted by this one event, and then everybody moves on to AI. Isn't it so amazing how quick this is? Right? We want to be cautious because, a lot of things will be memory hold this way if you don't actually pay attention. That's why I think data compression is extremely important, especially lossless data compression. It actually gives you an understanding of what's happening in the world.
Yeah.
So, we ought not to forget.
I remember
how
I remember when the Afghanistan tragedy happened under Biden. That happened his first year in office, and I was like, people are gonna forget about this when election time comes around, but
and that was the terrorists that are running around with all this equipment. They're parading this right now. You look at all the U.S. the U.S. machinery, and people are wondering how did that get there? Did you ever remember Afghanistan and the atrocity that kind of shaped up to be?
But it's interesting how fast the news moves these days.
For real though.
Indeed. And we get a front row seat on X, so we're kind of blessed with this, which is awesome.
You guys ever
I was kind of glad.
talk to normal? I was just gonna say, do you guys ever talk to normal people who are completely disconnected from X/news, and you say stuff that happened a month ago, and they're like, "Wait, that happened?" It's like, you don't know, and I'm like, actually, it's probably healthy and good that you have no idea what's going on. So.
The amount of times that has happened to me, at least, is just honestly mind-blowing. I sometimes get a call from this one guy who I know works in software, and he just asks me questions. He prompts me as if I was some sort of LLM. It's like, okay, what was the news? And I break it down. And it asks me this question. It's like, okay, hey, I heard about Grok 2. What's that? What's going on with Grok 2? I'm like, oh, Grok 2 has been released as image generation feature. Comes via Flux. It's better than it was before. Talks like fucking GPT 4.0 at as less restrictions, basic breakdown, stuff like that. You can kind of think in terms of a 4chan green text post, and then everything kind of makes more sense, and you can break down data really easily. So that allows for easy transmission of data.
That's amazing. Yeah.
That's what I usually do with real life.
I'm sure some of you guys too are tech support for your friends, right? It's like, you always start with, did you restart it? Did you force quit your apps?
It's plugged in correctly,
Fucking drivers that you forgot to install.
Yeah. Do you guys remember defragging your hard drive?
Oh my god.
All the time.
Scan disk.
Get bored, starts defragging the hard drive.
Scan disk was the app.
Scan disk.
Scan disk, yeah.
Oh yeah. Those good times. Man, Windows. I had
Windows Vista.
Windows Vista, but I had Windows XP forever. That was such a solid. That was so solid. Yeah, I had XP with.
Yeah, XP's unwritten. It's still on a lot of machinery too to this day. There's one fucking dentist that I visited, and I saw his fucking screen there that was on the machine, and it had Windows XP running, and I was like, the fuck? I was just losing it. I was just sitting there. It's fucking 2023, and that's Windows XP. Oh, is it? Yes, it is.
He was super
It
stable.
was great, yeah. Back,
I mean-
back in the day.
Yeah, of course.
For a lot
of
of those facilities, a computer is a utility. It's just a machine that does a task, and if it still does it, fine. If it, in their case, it's probably just word processing. It does the job. Like, who cares? Like, but yeah, that thing was so stable. Like, if the internet and X existed during that time, the whole Vista and Windows 7 move was such a huge deal because they both sucked when they first came out. But yeah, good times.
Then Windows 10.
Yeah.
Remember the Windows 10, the recent one? That fucking 11? Who asked for Windows 11? I hate Windows 11.
Yeah.
Who wants Windows 11? Just optimize the existing thing. I don't care if it's the same thing for the next 25 years. All I want to care about is the fact that it's stable. Which, by the way, is actually a really good argument because the XP, in the context of what I was talking about, is actually not connected to the internet, which is exactly what you'd want for medical machinery. Like, why the fuck would you connect machinery, especially stuff like that, to the fucking internet? You insane. Do you know what's out there? Do you know who's out there? You don't, I don't, and I don't want to find out.
So you wouldn't let a robot do your dental work?
If it's connected to the internet, no.
It would I guess it wouldn't have to be, right?
Depends on what kind of context. I mean, of course, we can go a little specific and go direct to local hacking. Yeah, sure, we can do that too. But at that point, I think you're fucked from the get-go. There's probably other things that they can do.
Yeah, it could be.
At that point, I think the attack vectors will phone. So
You could just connect to the internet for updates, but that's it. And you have to wire it in Ethernet or something.
What about Optimus? Is Optimus?
yeah, download the actual thing on something locally, then scan that shit, and just fucking have that be directly updating the.
But I'm on.
It's not completely encased.
I'm on Apple, and I hate the California naming system. It's so boring. It's like I totally miss the big cats. Like lion and snow leopard, and leopard is so much cooler. Tiger, those code names are so much better than Sonoma and High Sierra. It's like.
Oh my fucking God.
What are they gonna do next?
It's actually interesting.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's actually interesting for me. The problem, connecting to the internet itself is an issue because of what's on it. But if you actually connect it, there has to be I kind of feel like I have to define this a little bit more because otherwise I will seem delusional. Because that is kind of a delusional take because it kind of insinuates that networking in general is a bad idea. That is not true. So if you have your own network that is completely disconnected from the internet entirely, kind of effectively creating your own internet, then that's a good thing actually. That's also what Tesla does, by the way, for the Gigafactory, because most of their machines are actually interconnected with one another, and all those cars need to be updated as well. So they don't actually do this via internet. They have their own isolated thing that they do for the Gigafactory, and that thing is then via 5 gigahertz connected to everything else. Yeah, really, really cool stuff. Again, not Elon Musk. This is actually from a clip from an actual official Tesla announcement. I have to clarify this because it's such an oddly specific thing. Like, how does this one random guy on a fucking X space know what that is, how that functions, and why it exists? I don't know, because I pay attention more than you most people in the community who make money about posting this shit. Come on, man.
If anybody ever asks, just go search your name and Elon on YouTube, and you can find the clips of you guys talking, and then.
Probably gonna convince me more, to be honest.
But having his mom react was the best part. So.
Dude, that was mind blowing. I was like, wait a minute. You could legitimately not tell the difference? That's correct.
It is interesting that, the combination of accents and your region and then just your genetic makeup, is so similar in some weird way, right? It's just it all kind of is a perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
The chances of it happening are quite high when you multiply the chances by how many people are on the earth, that someone else sounds exactly like you. That's, but anyways, it's just funny because even when you laugh, it's the same laugh. That's what blows my mind, but it's okay. I don't want you to be self-conscious about it.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, oh, well, that ship has sailed a long time ago. I feel like I'm very self-conscious about my voice to the point it's like I understood the concept of voice so deeply. It's a very interesting thing. And part of it's mastering the art of public speaking, because you have to kind of understand how your voice works in order to basically talk for as long as I do with the same type of energy and veracity, if you want to say it that way.
Do you notice the
You have
difference?
a
Veracinates
You know how like parents of twins, like they can tell them apart, but most people can't outside of that. Like, do you notice the differences between yourself and Elon, or do you yourself hear him talk?
They're numerous. They're numerous. I mean, sometimes it actually sounds identical. Where I'm like, what the fuck? Like when I joined into the space and I heard him talk for the first time, I was legitimately like, okay, that does sound like me actually. That does actually sound quite similar. And even when somebody with the Trump team was reporting, Trump there sitting with the little phone on the X space, and I heard that voice, I was like, dude, that actually sounds like a clip of me. Holy shit! Yeah, so that was an interesting little, sense of awareness.
That's so funny. You could really have a.
That was so weird. I was like, dude, that sounds like me on Alex Jones.
I mean, if you didn't have any other successful careers, obviously that could be its own silly TikTok thing, right? Is doing silly impressions.
Yeah.
You don't want to go there, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have tried to like force me into this, but I really just am my own thing. Like, it's easy to become a parody, and I think it's kind of retarded to be a parody in that sense because I just don't really see the utility in that. I don't want to think like someone else. I just want to kind of like think like myself. And that is really how that is. And if it so happens to line up with some parallels with the richest man on earth, I kind of feel like that's a really interesting coincidence that you could literally capitalize on from the perspective of, I don't know, shape your life a certain way and then see how things work out. And I've seen that actually works out quite successfully, also much to a lot of resistance. But when you create certain systems, they work very well. And when you organize certain things, they play in very well. And it's just kind of cool, right? I kind of like the fact that there is merit to my existence in this way. And I do work in a lot of different areas, and I do help out in various ways. I do a lot of optimization because that's like what I'm good at. And that helps out a lot of people, and sometimes I do it for free because I just want the reputation out of it. And I just want to say, hey man, I just did this for you, and I do it for free because I can. It's simple, and I just do this in my sleep practically. And so then it just leaves behind a good sentiment for people to kind of think back on, because again, your network is your net worth.
Absolutely.
But the person who said that actually for me, it's kind of funny.
Speaking of sleeping, did you are you still working out in your sleep, Adrian? I remember you saying you were like
oh yeah, right. No, I think I kind of moved past that in a sense. I really tracked that recently because I've been just that fucking dead, So yeah, I kind of need to switch to working out more. I think I need kind of like a setup. There's more because calisthenics is good and all, but I also kind of need some type of setup that I can do within like a room, which is very close to like my workstation, so I can just do this frequently.
Yeah.
Another thing is I need to kind of establish a better routine for eating. Like I'm just now eating. I haven't eaten anything the entire day. And I'm just now eating. That's just crazy. So I think that's not necessarily very conducive to your good health. And I'm actually surprised at the fact I'm still standing and I still have this kind of energy, even though I only slept for like 1 hour once again. So yeah.
And I'm right there with you too. Literally, this is like exactly where we were last night, and then it went till 4 a.m. So
yeah. True. I mean, look, you guys have to kind of decide when you want to end this, because I'm definitely not going to be the one to say that this is going to be ending, because I have an issue. So I don't want to kind of like project that onto all you guys. I don't want to drag down, your effort and contributions.
No, but on the workout thing, one thing that has like been a big game changer for me is just like if you have the means to do it, if you have somebody that you can do it with, like having a trainer and having like some sort of accountability and just like forced routine. Because it's actually incredible what a good trainer who understands like the body can help you get out of a workout. You can get a lot more out of it, and your body feels better faster, and you have that kind of like built-in buddy system type deal. It does make a huge difference. So it's like if you want to invest in your health, like I feel like an underestimated way of doing that is actually hiring a trainer, as opposed to like fucking, I don't know, if you're a fatty going on an Ozempic or some shit, or if you're just like if like you're skinny, like trying to get a weight station at your house and stuff, because it's not quite the same.
Yeah.
So like it's
I mean, look, the thing is your body. You need to tell your body what you want from it, and the training is exactly how you attain that, right? If you want to build mass for yourself, it's all about like what you eat as well. That helps, especially for someone who's like has weight too much weight on them. That's because you're consuming too many sugars and all the kind of stuff that just agitates the body and
I'm a
irritates it.
huge advocate for intermittent fasting. I started doing that about a year ago. I shaved off 30 pounds in about 2 months, literally, and I've completely kept it off. I only eat within an 8-hour window of time, and I'll drink coffee to kind of get me, to that point in the morning. I don't eat breakfast, and then I start eating at like 1, and then I'll stop at 8, and that's been huge, and I feel great. My wife just started doing it as well last month, and she said her cognitive abilities have felt like they've improved as well. Like she feels happier, she feels healthier, and I've, obviously witnessed her lose weight. Obviously, like she just had a baby, so her body is still going through a lot of hormones and a lot of crazy stuff. So, but she's literally like shaving it off and feeling better. So like I'm a huge advocate for it because it's kind of an easy-ish thing to do. You don't have to change your diet, though obviously you should. But by simply just doing this one thing and not even changing your diet, you'll see results. Like cognitively, physically, and just overall health, it feels better. So it's just my little tip.
I have the opposite problem where I need to like eat as much as possible, as often as possible.
You're thin, you're thin dude.
Yeah, I'm thinner, so I just have to keep
Metabolism's crazy, probably. Right?
keep eating.
Yeah.
Which is people underestimate like the difficulty of like eating a lot. Like that's why honestly, like if you're like by your own gluttony, morbidly obese, it's like there's like real issues there. Honestly, it takes a lot to just do that. It's like fucking work. It's crazy to eat that much.
Sure, yeah. I mean, to have empathy on that, obviously, it is clearly an addiction at that point, just like alcoholism or anything else, right? Like,
yeah.
But
yeah, it's a crazy one. It's a crazy one, but it's the. I feel like we, as a society, we talk a lot about health, and like it's so much harder to put into practice realistically. It's like an unlock once you get into it.
You live in Brooklyn, right? Like New York, so it's like
I'm in Manhattan.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, but you're in New York. Like people walk a lot, and I think people are probably. My guess is they're more conscious of their health. Like I live in the South in Tennessee, lots of fried food, lots of barbecue, and there's a lot of fat people here. I hate to say it, but
yeah.
And so it's not talked about much here because we enjoy deep fried chicken. So, but I used to live in Laguna Beach, California, and it was so beautiful out there. We lived there for 2.5 years, and complete opposite. Everybody's completely obsessed with their health, and the weather is perfect, so you can go take walks and work out outside every day, and where you live really does have a huge effect, I think, and also just culturally, people around you who, are, serious about their health affect you, so it is hard living here and being healthy because there's not a lot of people that are also focused on it. So
yeah, but you got a partner in crime over there.
That's right.
You got wifey and 3 boys. Just running around 3 boys, I imagine, is more of a workout than most of us get every day.
Dude, yeah, my back is freaking killing me. They were tackling me, and we were having some crazy wrestle time. Boys are basically like wild bobcats for several years of their life, and so, like they basically have about an hour every night that they just literally have to just run and tackle and hit, and it's just crazy. We have a lot of fun, but I get hit in the nuts a lot, or like, jabbed in the stomach or whatever. So it's pretty intense, but it is fun.
Over there getting black eyes.
Yeah, literally, it has happened. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get that out more. It gets so freaking humid and hot in the summer out here. Like it'll be 80, 90 degrees with like 50% humidity or whatever, and it's like freaking, you just step outside and your whole body just starts drenching sweat. It's very uncomfortable. So.
I've been seeing a lot about just like on X about the fact EU doesn't have like air conditions anywhere.
Yeah.
Like air conditioning anywhere.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, yeah.
And just like people talking about like the potential like societal productivity and just like health issues that can arise from that, because it's actually just hard to physically exist in that type of weather. It's taxing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They should come over here and interview people that live in the humid South. Florida's worse. Florida is awful in the summer. But I went to Haiti 2 or 3 times back when I was like 19, 20 years old, doing some different mission work out there. And good Lord, I never experienced heat and humidity like that ever. It's right on the equator, and it's just intense. Unfortunately, the country has gotten worse and worse. I think like Americans aren't even allowed to go in there now. The whole town has gotten kind of run over by gang members and like voodoo and weird stuff, dude. It's wild. When I was over there, I learned so much. Is like the prime minister of Haiti sacrificed a baby and let the blood drip down the steps of the Capitol and dedicated the island to Satan. And then literally like a month later, that's when the Haitian earthquake happened. And it was like,
oh my God.
And I was like, they didn't say that on the news in America. And it's like, well, yeah, that's what happened. I was like, okay. So maybe that's news to you guys. You could probably, it might be available on the internet now if you search around. But man, yeah, I never experienced, like there was like some weird spiritual wacky stuff, dude. Like there's this person that came at us. We were doing some mission work and they came towards us. They started speaking perfect English. Just out of nowhere, they just said, show me the money, is what they said. I don't know why they said that. And then they started like trying to attack us and like scratch us and stuff. And then we like laid hands on them and said, in Jesus' name, we rebuke this demon, blah, blah, blah. And then they just like started convulsing and stuff. And then they just like ran away. And it was like, yeah, that person doesn't know English. Like there's no reason why they would speak perfect English in that moment. And it was like, dude, that was creepy spiritual stuff. Anyway.
Holy shit.
Sorry, we're derailing. AI.
What?
It's so funny. We started with like health, and then we went instantly to like the spiritual side of things. That thing's really interesting. Yeah. I have to say, this stuff is actually quite cool. So some weird force that takes out the show. It's like some sort of correction in reality. I don't exactly understand how it works, but it's weird in a sense. It's like some sort of force. It's quite awesome. And it's like an equal force wherein anything that occurs, there has to be some sort of balance against this, right? So there can never be too much of an imbalance of either good or bad things occurring. And it's like a continual war between these two things. And it's like almost a hopeless war in a sense, because is one against chaos, right? Chaos itself is just a result of a trend towards a thing that happens at the end of time, right? Where basically everything comes to a standstill, where actually the universe itself has come to its actual conclusion, and it's just, no energy is left, right? There's actual entropy. That's kind of like how chaos itself works. And you always try to fight against entropy by kind of shifting it away, kind of like buying time from elsewhere, which is almost like a heal in a sense. Like imagine maintaining a building means closing chaos elsewhere, then maintain this building once more, right? You have to like cause the same amount of chaos you were kind of like, committing in the first place to actually create the building in terms of like rocks and energy expenditure, then kind of like say patch it up in terms of cement, right? There's some sort of equality to this because it's like a long ass equation, right? There's like quite equality at the center somewhere, which is cool.
Yeah, one thing that blows my mind is like if you look at the total of male versus females in the world, it's like almost perfectly split down the middle, like for the most part. And like even just things like that, it's like we have no control over what sex of a baby, is conceived, and yet the universe like nails it. It's like it's a perfect balance. It's just really kind of things like that.
Notice also that Kriya tried to impact this balance, this naturally existing balance, very bad things happen. Actually,
You're
it's
right.
interesting that you brought this up with the islands because I did not know that. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, check it out. You know, it might be available if you do some dark web searching. But I mean, that was boots on the ground information. Like when I was there, that's what people told me happened. So I didn't get that from the internet. That was like locals in Haiti told me this story, and I was like, wow, okay. So you know, but
Are you thinking this is the lead up to the cannibalism and shit?
well, I mean, if you look at Haitian history, like that country is I think it's the only country that had a successful slave revolt. So the French occupied that island, and they brought African slaves over who all practiced voodoo and stuff. And I think it was like 10-1 on the slaves to the white men. And they basically got together and said, "Hey, let's revolt. Let's kill all the white people." And so they did. They literally killed everybody, and then they took over the country. So, did you know that?
I didn't. That's cool.
Yeah.
Me either. That's
And so they practiced voodoo and some of these dark arts and stuff, and so that was kind of the deal that they made with Satan, you know, air quotes, whatever you want to call it, you know, like they said, "Hey, we're gonna dedicate this island to you if you allow this to happen for us," and they did it, and it was a brutal slaughter, and yeah, so that's why their language is called Creole. It's like this interesting blend of like Jamaican, African, French. Their language is really unique. So, but I never experienced poverty like that. I've been to Africa, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, you know, Kenya. I did a lot of work in my early 20s all over the world in third world countries, and the worst poverty I ever experienced was Haiti. It was just filthy. Kids just living in the dirt, in the trash. You know, it was just really dirty. Africa is poverty, but it's just like they just don't have anything. They just live in the middle of, you know, the jungle, and it's, yes, they don't have anything, but they have peace. They have their farm. They have each other. They have the home that they built with their hands. Like, we might say, oh, they don't have much, but like I'm telling you, they had more joy and peace than Americans because they just simply had each other and they had their home. Obviously, I don't want to glorify it because they had a huge need for water. They had a huge need for medical, things like that are very important. And that's what we were there to do. We actually drilled wells in Kenya and different places, and it was awesome to be a part of that. But like I was there to film videos of it to like raise money. And then I came home with all this footage, and all the kids and all the people just had big smiles on their faces, and they looked so happy. And the company that hired me to do the job, they're like, "We can't use this. Like, we're not gonna be able to raise any money. Everybody looks so happy." And I was like, "It's because they were." Like, we were giving them things they needed, but ultimately, like, they had peace in their heart because they had family, they had each other, and it was just a simple life, you know, just farm, home, and family and friends, you know. Obviously, again, I don't want to diminish their insane need for medical and food and water, but I just experienced something that I've never seen here, obviously in America. So, but
You know that guy, like, I forget his name. He tours all around the world in these like extreme places.
the YouTuber or something? Or?
Yeah. And he's been to Jamaica, like really bad neighborhoods, and I forget his name. He's pretty popular, and yeah, like so he had some like places in Africa, like really, you know, slums.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. I forget what his name is, but yeah,
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of those for sure.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome, and I'm just surprised, you know, like I think he negotiates somehow with the local groups to protect him, and like, and then he goes to these high risk places and like manages to get the footage and like, yeah, really incredible.
Yeah, Bald and Bankrupt is one of them, and there's a couple other guys that are doing the same kind of thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was doing this back in 2010, before the YouTube thing was really happening, I guess. But I mean, it was happening, but I just never would have thought to do it. I'm really grateful for it. I mean, just to tell you, like very briefly, the reason all those opportunities happened is really interesting. I read in the Bible, the very last part of the book of Matthew, Jesus went to heaven. He said, "Go and make disciples of all nations." And I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's the last thing Jesus said before he left. And I was like, okay, God, if you want me to go to all nations, I pray that you give me an opportunity to do that. And then literally the next day I got a call and it was like, hey, you want to go to Africa for a month? I was like, are you kidding? Yeah, I just asked for that. And then like literally for the next 2 years, I went to like 20 different countries, like all the ones I was listing. And so it was a very direct, I don't think it's a coincidence, the way I believe. But I had to get to a point where I surrendered my life. I was like, you know what? Whatever I'm doing, I don't care. Like, you're saying go to all nations, I'm willing to do that. And it was just like, boom, next day. So, kind of nuts.
See, Adrian, this is what we're missing from our drive is a little bit of faith, brother.
Actually, I think that's the faith aspect kind of manifests in terms of perseverance. Does that make sense? It's like I think some sort of faith. Like my take on religion is a little different. I like to I like to live life as a way in a way that I don't want to appease any god. It's just that I want to live it. And what I mean with that is I understand the difference there is between good and evil, and just to decide accordingly, and not to make that decision based on the potential for divine retribution for if you make a bad decision, but because it's generally the decision that you want to make in your own heart, because you know the outcome of what that might cause. Like say, I'm not gathering brownie points for the afterlife if I do something good for someone. It is just I genuinely see an opportunity to do something good, then I shall do it. Especially for any one entity that is in need.
That's really special to hear you say that, dude. That's literally the gospel of Christianity, and that's what I believe is different from it. It's not a works-based thing. There's nothing that I can do to ever earn salvation, and there's no reason for me to do anything other than to serve God and to please Him. I'm not getting points. There's not a point system. Whereas a lot of other religions, you have to do this, you have to pray at this time, you have to do this thing. That's not the case in Christianity. At least that's not what Jesus taught. So Catholics often seem to be a little bit more works-based, I've found. I personally believe Catholicism is not the same as what, a true Jesus follower believes, There's some things in there that are not scriptural, which is why, there's a Protestant church that, Martin Luther left the church for a lot of those reasons. So anyways, not to get into theology, but
I find theology fascinating because it's a subject that I haven't personally explored super deeply in my life. At least I don't feel like I ever gave it full attention. In high school, I studied it, but yeah, there's so much complexity. My cousin has her master's, and like has dedicated her life to a lot of this study, and I find it really, really interesting. But it's
my favorite verse is
it's also like a solo journey. I feel like
Totally. Yeah, 100%.
That's one of the interesting things about it.
I heard a very renowned atheist, Penn Jillette, who is the other half of Penn and Teller, the magician crew. He's a very outspoken atheist, but I think he's smart, and he says like, look, if everybody needs to, if Christianity or if any religion is true, then that means it's of utmost importance, because a lot of these religions say if you don't believe it, then you won't have eternal life, and so it's like it is very serious. If he's wrong, then the consequences are quite drastic. But if religion is wrong and he's right, it's still the same outcome for that person. You know what I mean? So, and you get the benefit, and I've heard Elon say this too, like religious people seem to have, you know, peaceful lives because these rules and these things that have come up are like good things that make you a better person, you know? But my favorite verse is in my bio. It's Luke 11:9. It's Jesus. He says, "Seek and you will find, knock and the door will open." And like, to me, that is the coolest thing for a religious leader to say. It's not saying everything I'm saying is true. You have to believe it. You know, do what I say and blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, it's up to you. You have complete free will. Seek me and I promise you will find me. I love that confidence that he has. It's like, seek and you will find, knock and the door will be opened. But it's up to you. You don't have to if you don't want to, you know, and that's the beauty of it. I think everybody owes it to themselves to look at everything, just kind of study it. There's a lot of beautiful poetry and literature in all religions. So definitely. You know, Jordan Peterson knows the Bible front to back, and yet he still doesn't believe, you know, as a Christian. And yet he knows the scripture really well because he thinks it's a beautiful piece of literature.
Yeah, like with his interview, like with Elon, I was like, he always kept anchoring around the Bible and, you know, and like theology. Everything was kind of spinning around that all the time. He kept bringing segments, and I found it interesting for, you know, clinical psychiatrists to kind of, you know, have that theological take.
Yeah, he's really dedicated his life to the study of it, and I believe he believes there's a lot of just profound human truths that are in it, which have proven the test of time. I mean, the book is still being read today, you know, and it's also the biggest problem that people like. It's interesting to me how the world seems to accept every other religion, and yet the Christians are the ones that seem to get chewed out and pointed out quite a bit too. It's like, I don't know. To me, that kind of proves that it's true. It's like, wouldn't the enemy want to attack this one thing instead of the other ones? So
I kind of have a different approach when it comes to religion. It's funny because the thing that you just told me kind of reflects what you'd see out of reality, the way that information just kind of finds you and how opportunities find you. Because I actually wrote this thing like the information you seek finds you. That's kind of always how it works.
Yeah.
Right? The same thing also with opportunities. I think like you seek a certain opportunity. It's like a filter of the universe has been kind of adjusted for you a little bit, and then all of a sudden you'll see these doors, and that door that you'll take leads you then to the next thing. You actually have to have a thing that you yearn for. If you do not yearn, you have no will. Because there's a will to yearn and looking forward to something in the future, which is something that you could see if you wanted to have a person lose faith, in a sense. That is like the understanding of saying, yes, you are, you know, yearning for a future. You actually want that future to be there. So you kind of have faith in the fact that that future exists, right? You'd say, okay, there's no guarantee that you'll wake up tomorrow, but at least you have kind of faith, or at least you have trust in the fact that it could be that you'll wake up tomorrow, like a high chance of that, at least, especially within a certain, you know, time frame where you can assume that that is a thing that could definitely happen. Right? So I look at, for instance, also multiple different religions. I kind of take out of those the things that I think are very conducive to a good life. And I kind of look at it as two parts. One is the guide to how life works, and the other is just history. So when you look at the events that have happened, they are events of history that are designed to inject into your head via these metaphors of how things have happened in history, a lesson of the past, the mistakes of the past, and, you know, potentially how to avoid those mistakes from happening again, which is ironic because nobody does that. Nobody actually reads the whole thing. For either religion, actually, I find a lot of people believe these things because they're kind of a given thing that you're born into. They've never actually bothered to read the scriptures themselves, because you might actually find that a lot of things you do yourself, which you actually believe into your core, may even be something that your religion disagrees with you on, actually. So you're not an actual practitioner by everything that is written within a particular scripture. There are many such examples. So I kind of like to focus on every single one of them. And
yes.
to kind of operate with the understanding that there is a creative intelligence that lies at the root of the universe, but that I don't think I need to hold myself to any one particular scripture in order to kind of, honor that and function within that framework and that understanding of reality, right? Because it's all about treating things a certain way, understanding where your position is in reality, and making choices based on that, whether they be good or bad, right? And I know, for instance, there has to be like some sort of balance to this. I like the Egyptian take on this. In the Egyptian afterlife, where your heart is weighed against a feather, and all the deeds that are of a bad nature would weigh you down, which is ironic because if you do something bad, you kind of feel like it weighs you down in a sense as well. So it's a metaphorical expression of how these things weigh you down. These negative things actually weigh you down against the feather, and that the idea is to do many, many good things and to not have a few bad things weigh you down. Of course, the bad things will always occur, and the idea is to try and do as much good as possible within the life that you can, such as to then, make sure that nothing kind of weighs you down at the end of the day. Much like how Elon would say that possessions kind of weigh you down. I kind of feel like mistakes do quite often. And I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm very aware of them. And they do wear you down. They don't just weigh you down, but they wear you down too. They kind of run against you and your conscious being.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
the way I view.
It's good to kind of be in contact with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just deny that. Let's actually acknowledge this and then move forward with that. You kind of feel free. That actually makes you feel lighter then, because you acknowledge what that is and you'll do something different the next time. You make amends this way, right? The actual amends themselves, and you understand what went wrong, and kind of also understand your place.
Absolutely, yeah. We have such peace in my marriage and in my life because I know that, and I believe that God is in control of everything and that He will provide. I've got 3 boys that He's blessed me with, and Scripture says that He will provide. Look at the birds in the air, the flowers in the field, how they grow and live. How much more does your Heavenly Father love you? And He will provide for you. So that's one of the silly things to me, especially when Christians say, we can't have kids right now, we can't afford it. I'm like, yeah, but if God is going to bless you with a child, I promise you're going to get a raise. Like, something's going to happen, as long as you're a good steward with your money and you honor and serve Him. And that has proven to be true for us. There was a month where we were like short $1,000 literally to pay our bills. And I was like, crap, what do I do? I kind of like hustle, I got to sell something, I don't know. And I just prayed and I felt like God said, just be patient. And then literally, again, I know this sounds silly. I'm telling you all my testimony stories, but like literally the next day, my wife got a call from a hospital that like we had the baby at 4 years ago. And they're like, hey, you guys overpaid on the birth of your child 4 years ago by about $1,200. So we're mailing you a check right now for that. And it was like, okay. Like, it was just literally something that's out of thin air. I have that check mounted on my wall in my office because it's just like a physical reminder of God's existence in my life and what I believe is true. So that's the thing that is hard for me to like deny the truths that I've experienced of the Christian God, because that's the one that I pray to. That's the book I read, and I see all these very tangible, literal situations in my life that have happened over and over and over and over while I praise Him and while I worship Him. So to me, in my opinion, like it's kind of 100% that's it for me, because I've had so many things over and over and over where I surrender and then He shows up. I mean, even the fact that I'm here doing this, I'm one of the, I do thumbnail designs for creators with millions and millions of subscribers. That came because last year I did a 40-day fast. And during that fast, God told me, I want you to walk away from your career and just trust me. And I was a filmmaker for 15 years. And so I walked away from that completely. I deleted my stuff. I was done. I did like one thumbnail right after after my fast was over for a friend because he needed help and I just needed money because I like gave away my career to my friend. And then I shared it here on X. And the snowball started happening. Within a month, I was working for Max Fosh, Curtis Connor, Hayden Hillier-Smith, and all these guys. These are all creators with 4 or 5 million subscribers within a month. And now it's only been 1 year that I've been doing this, but I'm full-time, designer, and I love it. And I'm speaking at Bid Summit in a couple weeks. And yeah, it's just, to me, it was God saying, hey, I'm going to have you go in a different direction than what you've been doing for 15 years, so anyways, but yeah, I love that, Adrian, that you're like super open to that and that you're searching and that you found a similar like feeling. I feel like the way I look at it, when you do something quote wrong, that would be considered sin, and God can exist around sin. And so that's the separation that I feel can happen. Like when you're living in sin, there's literally like a separation from the Creator. But I can't be perfect. I will never not sin because I'm human. And that's where the blood of Christ comes in and why that whole thing is so important. Because I will never measure up. It's impossible. So anyways, I'll stop. I know you guys probably don't want to be like preach that or whatever.
No, that's fine. It's actually, no, it's nice. It's nice. Actually, this is the only way that I kind of want religion to exist within this kind of context because I just don't. I have bad experiences with churches and such. So I like when the connection to what is say spiritual in that sense is direct as opposed to through some medium that is of another person's volition and neither of the creators perhaps or even your own,
Sure.
which you cannot even kind of define or kind of
Absolutely.
Right? Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. And I apologize on behalf of a lot of idiots out there, and I think Christians have done a terrible job, and especially in this country in America, especially around the gay and transgender community. I think we're called to love and just love everybody, and I feel like our community, if you want to call it, has done just a shit job of loving those communities, and we're called to serve and love them. Now, I can't condone things that I believe biblically are sinful. However, I can love and pour into them and serve them in a way that Christ would. I mean, when you look at the Bible, he hung out with literally prostitutes, tax collectors, criminals. Those are the people.
I love how that's like merged into like text. That's funny.
So, anyways, that's what Christ did. He hung out with sinners. He didn't hang out with the church people. In fact, the people that were like, if you read the Bible from just a literary sense, the bad guys are the religious people. Like the Pharisees, who were the religious church-going, they're Jewish, but the church people that like were trying to do all the right things by the law, they were the bad guys of the story. Because Jesus was like, hey, you're missing the whole point. If you look at a woman with lust, that's committing adultery with her in your heart. That's the same as having sex with her physically. So are you looking at women? Yeah, you are. Ultimately, that's why it's like, you need me. You need Christ to save you. It's impossible for you to live without sin. So, again, sorry. I do have...
Oh, interesting.
I have a passion for sharing this because I believed it growing up, I guess, but like I never experienced it, and it's only been just in the last couple of years that I've really seen a maturity in my faith and like God is actually active, very active in my life, and it's kind of hard to deny, in my opinion. So I like to just share it because it's like, look, I have a lot of peace, I have a lot of joy because of this thing that I found. So it's truly coming from a place of like authenticity, like, hey, you might have a bad taste in your mouth, but check it out. Like just check it out. That's all I'm asking, And forget all the bull crap that people have ruined it with. There's so many people that have ruined religion. Forget that. Like read the book, check it out, pray, see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I like having an open mind to these things because it's important to understand where that all comes from,
Yeah.
So I think that's like one of the best things you could do to kind of be, in a sense, closer to whatever a creator is, right?
Totally.
So, that. Ironically enough, I'm sitting here eating.
What are you eating?
You're eating a cow, and you think about life and its cycle. The thing that I think is important as well is to kind of like understand, like, how do you justify eating another life form? Yeah, it has limited sentience for sure. And I think there's like a thing that you want to look at Like in terms of life, like how sentient this thing is.
Yes.
Like a cow, for instance.
You're right, yeah. That wasn't the original plan. Like if you look at Genesis at the beginning in the garden, everything was peaceful and Adam and Eve were vegetarian. Like that was not part of the plan. Death, blood, and bloodshed. That was not what we were meant to do. That's why it does feel wrong. You're right.
I mean, it feels really good in the sense that it repairs me and it does exactly what that I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah. It's nature of things as they are. And I mean, look, reality is kind of built in the sense where it tells you that that is what nature looks like. That is what nature is, and how you embrace it is kind of up to you. And I think it's the best thing that humans can do for themselves because it's actually sustainable for you, and it nourishes you, and it makes you fit, it makes you healthy, and you can tell how much more capable you are as a human being biologically. When you say eat or die like this, but it's an interesting thing where you have to consider then, well, nature-wise, everything is created in the sense where there's like, the reflection of this beautiful garden being now shifted into something that is more equal in terms of a actual place and choice, where you say you can either choose to be completely destructive or you can choose to be more constructive. It's like, it's perfect because you see nature itself is constantly at war. If you go into a jungle, this is what people don't really understand because they've never been inside of one. I've been inside of one. Everything is at war with itself. Everything. Like if you actually looked at everything from a granular level, everything is
brutal.
If you could consider the streams of nature, it would be a never-ending shout for that because it is constant war. So in a sense, you have to balance that out. And you yourself are a force of nature. You're part of that force of nature by the very definition of what nature is. So you have to kind of then deal with this. So say, for instance, you are dependent upon taking in sustenance, like say, for instance, from a cow. And I think a cow itself is actually something very ethical to consume, given that it has, I think you can observe that it has a very low sense of self-awareness and has a low sense of consciousness. And that, for instance, it doesn't really form a connective bond with many of the things around it. It kind of feels like more of a machine that you're dealing with. Like, for instance, if I were to shoot a cow next to a bunch of other cows, I can assure you that most of those cows won't even bat an eye. They'll just continue eating. They'll see, oh, what's this loud noise? That cow, continue eating. They don't care. They just keep feeding. It's fucking crazy. And a human, by contrast, everything just breaks out into pandemonium. It's like instant distress when you see something like that happen next to you. Like your mind breaks, right? It's a different thing with something like a cow.
And even from an animal, a dog too. Like I wonder if, like that's why it feels icky to eat a dog, right? Like it's.
Eating a dog feels icky on multiple levels, but also biologically, it's a terrible thing to do because it just fucks you up, gives you all kinds of diseases. Pigs kind of the same.
That's why fish are great because same exact scenario.
Fish are just machines, man. They're crazy. Like they're like drones.
Yeah.
I see them almost like actual drones because they have very low reception to their environment, other than to function like an actual drone. If I were to think of a technological approach to a drone swarm, I would want it to function like a school of fish, because each one of those are technically individual elements of the greater whole, but they're not aware of themselves enough to actually function on their own, but they have some sort of underlying mission that they need to complete. So I think fish are really cool on that level. It's kind of also how drones work. You can see the parallel with the taking matter and shaping it into something else to essentially take on these reflections and refractions of what reality actually looks like in terms of what their life is and whatever's animated. But to go back to the example of the cow, right? Another element of how to kind of justify this and how to kind of make it good for yourself is to also make it good for the cow. If you are buying from farmers that raise their cows well, make sure that they live as nature intended them to live to their fullest extent. They're well taken care of. Diseases are eliminated at the hands of the human. Then that cow has lived a very good life. A better life, as a matter of fact, than if they were just out there in nature. They're constantly nourished. The diseases are taken care of. Everything is balanced up perfectly. And they enjoy their freedom. So this is, I think, then also makes me kind of blessed in a sense that I can receive the what this animal has contributed and what nature has given this animal. Kind of like add that on to myself because that's how assimilation works. That's how everything works. And plants themselves are also alive at the end of the day. It's just kind of it's a balancing shift of whatever's alive over here shifting to something else that is allowed over there, right? So same thing also with that and reprocessing of the existing matter and biomass that's effectively you in a very, well, gruesome manner, but it's still quite interesting. All right.
Yeah.
So
again, from my worldview as a Christian, I believe Scripture says that we were created in God's image. So that means that we are image bearers of the Creator. He has 2 eyes, 2 hands, 2 legs, etc. And so that does put us on we are in a different category compared to the rest of the creatures on earth. And that's, to me, again, as a Christian, it's so hilariously ironic when people speak, negative things about God and say he's not real. And I, as 100% believer in God, am just looking at them like, you have no idea that you are bearing his image right now as you say these words. So it's like, to me, it's ironic when I see people get angry and da-da-da. I'm like, it also gives me a much more empathetic view of like, okay, this person has been hurt. Like often, a lot of times, atheism often, at least in my experience, has been rooted in some sort of deep-rooted God hurt or God wound. Like maybe their mother had cancer and they prayed and she wasn't healed. And so therefore they're angry at God, That's obviously not always the case, and some people can scientifically and just logically come to this point. But again, I believe God is the one who gives us life. He's the one that beats our hearts. He's the one that pumps our lungs. Like the fact that you're breathing and the fact that your heart is pumping blood right now is a gift that he's giving you. He's allowing that to happen, and he can take the life away. So anyways, but yeah, that balance of like, don't Hindus like worship the cow? Like the cow is a sacred creature.
Yes. They would never they would drink its milk and stuff, but they could never consume it. We go a little further than that, so I would just consume it because it's part of nature. Like they have a different type of religious structure that is kind of odd in a sense, and is almost closer to the ancient religions of Roman Greece before alterations happened to them and various others. What was believed in 32,000 years ago, something like that. All those religions, including of course the Egyptian religions, they all kind of bear a similar structure. Actually, I think all those religions are probably the most accurate retelling of history because they all share similarities. These are cultures that are fundamentally disconnected from each other in every imaginable way, and yet they somehow have stories that sound nigh identical.
The flood story, the Noah's Ark, right? Like
everything. It's literally fucking at everything.
That's the one that is definitely mind blowing for sure, and I've definitely seen the Joe Rogan, not conspiracies, but theories from these scientists that have said, yeah, there was about 20,000 years ago, there was some sort of world flood. Like that is a fact. I mean, obviously, look at the Grand Canyon, look at the water, ripples in the desert, look at the fossils at the top of Mount Everest. And I love getting into the nerdy details of that because it's like, then you get into, the pyramids were discovered by the Egyptians. They weren't built by the Egyptians, and then you get into like this ancient civilization that had maybe 1 million years of, they were completely and fully civilized and more advanced than we are now in a different way. And then the flood wiped them out. It's really interesting. Super, super interesting for sure.
But now, the fun aspect of this is what causes the flood, right? And that's where you get into the cyclical nature of the universe. Because when you consider the cycles in which these destructive events occur throughout history, you'll start to see a very interesting pattern. And that's when life takes on the shape of a game. Like, everything feels like a simulation because we've built reality and everything around us in such a way that kind of mimics reality. Now we understand it fundamentally in ways that we haven't before. But when you look at this, then you understand it's a game. It's actually a game. You're supposed to beat certain things collectively. You're supposed to beat certain things individually and certain things collectively, right? That's why we want to go to space. That's why I want to go to other planets, right? Because we're supposed to beat something. Something is some sort of cycle. We're supposed to survive and endure. This is encoded into all of us genetically, right?
That's why
irrational.
I don't have a problem with the simulation theory because it's kind of like yeah, I mean, that's kind of
The simulation theory is just a different take. Is more, I think, more a scientific take on what effectively religion also is.
exactly. There
They too believe in a
is a creator.
Yeah, they too believe in a creator. Right? They just believe in it differently. I think that's actually kind of cool because simulation theory is kind of like this ground where we take different means of conceptualization. Say, for instance, we wanted to conceptualize a particular event that occurred in history. We were taking what was commonly known, common knowledge at the time, to kind of like take that concept and distribute it, right? Because you need something that's common, right? So it was like slang. You need to have that in order to transmit the information more effectively. This is how we use concepts. This is why we shape things that were common knowledge at the time into these concepts. Right? This is also why we don't understand certain things later on in history, because these concepts are no longer familiar to us. These individual facts of reality that were very familiar to everyone, very obvious to everyone back then, may not be familiar with. We may not be familiar with them today. But here's the fun, if you look at then simulation theory, it just basically takes the understanding of what we have of reality from a very scientific perspective and essentially mirrors what religion is, right? It's just a different way of understanding. I think what's probably the same thing. I actually would say you can subscribe more to the simulation theory of things because it allows you to understand logically, with actual reason, an explanation for the otherwise, an explanation for the universe and the state of which it is in. Because if everything is truly unplanned and unforced, or there's no force behind anything, then why are things panning out a certain way where patterns emerge? Because true chaos would not actually kind of go towards patterns unless there's some sort of rule that underlies this. But what the fuck made this rule? Sorry for the swearing, of course, but what made this rule? Where does this rule come from? What does it do? Why does it exist? Why is it something we can explain with mathematics? And this is where you actually get into the programmatic aspects of reality, which I think is about as cool as any religion is. Just uses a different way to explain, I think even more accurate way to explain what is already there. And is already kind of known for thousands of years, but we're now learning of it in a different way that is more tangible, I think, to us as human race, because of our state of advancement.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, in Genesis 6, it kind of talks about the flood a little bit, and it's like, it says, the sons of God saw the daughters of mankind were beautiful, and they took any they chose as wives for themselves. And then this says the Nephilim were on the earth, both in those days and afterwards. And the sons of God came to the daughters of mankind who bore children. They were the powerful men of old, the famous men. And then when the Lord saw that the human wickedness was widespread, and the human mind was nothing but evil, the Lord regretted that he had made the earth, and he deeply grieved. Noah, however, found favor with God. And then it's like, boom, then he's like, you know what, Noah, you're going to be, for the rest of humanity, build a boat, and I'm going to just wipe it out. And so the thing that's fascinating is like seeing these theories of this ancient civilization that happened, 20,000 years ago, that built the pyramids, that built the Aztec temples. And like people are saying like, why are these giant steps here, almost like for giants? And it's like, obviously, again, I have no freaking idea. Like, I don't know if I really believe this either. It just sounds so wacky. But it's like right here in Genesis 6, anybody can open up the Bible. It says that heavenly supernatural beings had sex with women and made these Nephilim creatures that roamed the earth. So it's like, literally, what if there really were these crazy creatures that existed that built all these insane things that we still have literally, 2024, we're really smart. We still have no idea how those pyramids were actually made. What if they were supernatural beings that then were wiped out during the flood? It's like, we're starting to see more and more. I mean, just, again, do a deep dive on Joe Rogan on the pyramids. He even believes there was an ancient, Joe believes a lot of crazy conspiracies, but I don't know. Once I started hearing these conspiracy theories about this ancient civilization, almost supernatural intellect, and then with my Christian worldview of understanding the Bible, again, a book, the Old Testament was written, 6,000 years ago. Like, this was way before Jesus even. That's nuts to me that it lines up with what people are all, like, just with science and just with science are starting to almost say, like, there was this ancient civilization that was wiped out in a world flood. And it's like, hey, that actually lines up with this Bible that was written 4,000 years ago. So it's interesting. A lot of people don't know this, but again, I view the world through this worldview because I know this book, and things kind of almost in a creepy way line up with with what it says. So again, I know that's wacky and insane. I don't even know what I believe fully here, but that's what the book says.
I think it kind of gives credence to the ancient astronaut theory in a sense, where you'd have what I think more realistic take of that could be that Earth itself was nothing more than a thing that was meant for resource extraction. That somehow something went awry, as in the people who are here would get bored. How many times have you actually seen this, where humans, you give them an assignment, and you leave them alone in an area to kind of complete this assignment with no contact to the outside world? What is the chance that one of them is going to start fucking around with stuff, just for fun? Because we do FAFO all the time. It makes sense, because you get bored and you want some sort of extraction, so you seek it. And if they were really coming from a distant, faraway world, then it would make sense, because there would be no contact. And they would have resources at their own disposal, tools and whatnot. And so they would just start shaping things. And perhaps, let's imagine one of those got really bored and decided to alleviate some sort of underlying need of a reproductive map. And so the biological beings that were designed to extract resources out of the Earth, which I believe were the first ape-like life forms, which looked absolutely horrific. Because you have to think about it. An actual machine, like say an Optimus robot, for instance, is very difficult to manufacture. But something like a biological, self-repairing thing, that is massively awesome. Like, imagine how amazing it is when you have something with a massive healing factor, muscle fibers and stuff that can actually repair itself.
In real life, right? Yeah.
That's so fun. Like, that is much better than any kind of machine that you can think of. Imagine something that repairs itself by giving it just this weird you can give it some sort of solution even, and you just have them there for like a week. There you go, machine repair or whatever and whatnot. Where damages would be less as well, and it would just be carbon. Oh hey, this thing is no longer working. Could disintegrate. Reuse the carbon and its subsequent additional things that make carbon alive. Use it for something else. Reprocess it, right? And now imagine if one of those beings that created these things got bored, it created something that is almost in their own image, and then say, interacted in this nature reproductively with this thing that they had created. And that then probably created the first iteration of what is humanity that probably then builds everything. And of course, the overseer would then probably become aware of this, whatever the overseer was, and then say, you're going to clean up Earth. Because imagine that you've just created what is effectively like a virus as a result of you just messing around. You have a very capable virus. This probably spread to various many different places, including, of course, probably Mars, right? Which would probably also explain why Mars looks like a cleansed planet. Right. What I mean with this is, Mars itself, there are inexplainable things such as the fact that all the water is gone, the core is dead.
And it's livable too, right? It is a livable planet.
Yeah. If the core was actually active, then you'd have a magnetic field, as it's supposed to us actually, so you can keep the solar winds from tearing off the atmosphere. You'll need this. You'll actually need some sort of solar shields. Otherwise, just nuking of the poles is not sufficient. You'll need both more. You need someone to get the core awake or provide a shield that then prevents the solar storms from ripping out the atmosphere. But besides that point, in the
alien life form with this type of body could survive, though. That's the thing, though, right? So.
Not entirely, no, but here's the thing. There is an unnatural amount of the xenon gas that is consistent with nuclear bombardment and aftermath of nuclear bombardment found in the atmosphere of Mars. Of course, the Mars surface itself is scarred with various, mysterious, I'd say rather, impacts. So again, all this is like hallucinated. Imagine this is all hallucinated, this like complete mumbo jumbo here, but it would be interesting if you were to turn this into a sci-fi movie. But then you'd imagine that the cleanup action effectively dealt with the removal of all technology, the removal of all disturbing biology, which of course has been the first iteration of humanity. But then of course, there might have been one that was lenient with the plight of humanity and left a few alive, which then made us. And of course, I think flawed beings that we are, there is a weird underlying error within all of us that we tend to gravitate towards the thing that is destructive. Almost like there's a built-in self-destruct mechanism within all of us. And if you attain a certain type of awareness, that self-destruct mechanism kind of itches against you, and it's really difficult to, grow past this temptation. And so this is the status quo at which we then live at. We're kind of allowed to exist, and we basically let nature do its thing. I mean, how many times have you actually looked at your garden and something has happened with it, and you say, okay, you know what, I'm just going to let this grow out and see what happens. We're just going to let this do its thing. We're going to take a step back, and whatever survives, survives. Much like with, say, kittens of a cat. A cat has a small litter of kittens, and some of them, or even the majority of them, may die. So you, as a caretaker of the cat itself in question that bore this litter, you look at it and you say, well, nature is just going to do its thing here, right? And that's what you do. You take a step back and you allow the thing to do its thing. So there's a kind of mutual respect there. So we would be almost like cats to this thing, whatever that is. That is like a hallucination if you wanted to take as a description of what potentially might have happened. Look at it from
Where did you come up with this like regenerative being thing? Is that a theory?
Okay, that makes sense. It makes so much sense, actually. It just makes sense. Imagine yourself as a human being. You have this amazing ability to heal. Like, I've worked a lot in physics, very demanding, very, very demanding scenarios, like dug holes and trenches and shit. Oh, it's insane. But like, what I've always found is very interesting is that stuff just heals back, and you can damage yourself, and it heals back mostly, albeit slowly, of course. You can build this stuff called muscle, and then there's a density to how you build this muscle, and then there is a regulation. There's a regulative element of how your biology works, where you can activate all this muscle and push it past its normal strength, where you can then just have super strength effectively. Like, for instance, in the scenario of you losing a child, imagine there's like a child trapped under the car. If you actually perceive the death of your child, in that moment, you'll have an intense, overpowering feeling that allows you to then probably lift the car, because the muscle itself is extremely strong to the point it has the strength that it can actually rip itself off your very own bone, which is a very interesting thing that I found, because like, imagine that now. You have this kind of muscular strength. You can operate at normal capacity, or you can just operate at overdrive if it's needed. Now imagine that. Just imagine the capability of this thing. How do we have such endurance and all of this? And imagine something that's specifically genetically engineered to do this, like, say, a monkey, for instance, which is a perfect example of this, which have, even within their own microgut biome, a type of bacteria that allows to take, say, plant-based stuff, which has cellulose in it, break it down into proteins, which normally only ruminants can do. We can't fucking do this. That's why we can't actually sustainably be vegans, because we don't have the ability to actually do that. But these things do, right? The gorillas themselves do. The silverback gorilla, this fucking thing has muscle density that's unimaginable. And of course, you have other stuff that can be programmed out of a human, which is called myostatin. If you have a thing called a myostatin inhibitor, then the actual growth of the muscle is not restricted. Degrowth of the muscle does not actually take place, because myostatin is actually a thing that is responsible for the atrophy of muscles. And so what happens is there was like an actual experiment where a few mice were taken, and the myostatin gene was edited out of them, and they became these massive, super bulky, superior Chad mice. That's the best way I can describe it. Like fucking chunky bitches. They're just muscle. It's crazy. That's what I say is I feel like really bring it forward. That's literally what it looks like. Fucking cyber mice. They're like it's a Cybertruck, but it's a mouse. Okay, it's crazy. It's beefcake of a mouse. It's insane. It's so stupid looking. You have like the normal mouse, and you have this thing by comparison. And it's just like, what is this thing? But the same thing also applies to lions as well. Lions live in a remarkably lazy lifestyle, right? And so somehow they have to keep all their muscle, because if a human being lives a lazy lifestyle, guess what? The muscle atrophies away, right? We all know this. If we had never exercised, or if we had like a period of time where we were very active in our youth, and we age and our muscle goes away. You can see this. You can actually talk to former athletes, and they'll tell you the same thing. This does not necessarily take place in lions because they have the myostatin gene inhibited, right? That's also an interesting thing, right? The reason why we actually have a myostatin gene is because the muscle itself actually sometimes needs to be taken out, because the body itself is a survival mechanism, wherein if you have certain fat reserves, it's also why you have to exercise while you're trying to lose weight, is if you don't exercise while you're losing weight, you're actually losing your muscle first, because the body interprets the muscle as something that consumes a lot of energy, so it will say, limit the thing to only its most essential parts that is consuming the energy, as opposed to directly taking from the berserks. This is why people who are actually very fat have very little muscle, which is very thin and very brittle, which is why they're not like really strong, even though they have a shit ton of weight on them. Right? They only have the thing that is most essential, which is also why they're so weak and frail, which is unfortunate and terrible for a human being. Like, I'm not saying anything bad about this. I'm just saying that this is the way it is. And it's horrifying to live in such a body. And I really hope that, this is the better nutrition is being brought forward because these people can be healed. But with muscle, if you wanted to basically optimize that out, the fat, you'd want to consume all that, you have to tell the body, yes, I need to keep the muscle. That is why you keep exercising, right? But that's just an example of how capable the human body is from a biological perspective. If we were to be, say, engineered to be something more of a machine than actually what we are today, which is meat computers. We're actually more closer to computers than we are to just machines. We can craft reality, but if we connect our brains to an extended web of reality, we become God.
Well,
undeniably.
To go back to the first thing you said, though, about these alien beings that came to Earth that had this regenerative thing about them, and then I guess, that creation wiped out these weird inbred things. The first thing that I thought of is what happened to Jesus 3 days after he was killed?
Well, that's the thing. Jesus is a very recent historical event. I'm talking about probably tens of thousands of years before that,
Exactly.
right?
But what if this being that you're referring to was this overarching, this God who then also became man recently, only 2,000 years ago? Again, ironic that our entire world operates under one law, which is it's year 2024, which means if you go back 2024 years ago, that's when Jesus was born. I find that ironic again. But so, I mean,
the first great reset, if you will, actually, if you thought about it, think everything's zero. That is a reset in a sense, which I think is quite interesting to think about because I think that kind of sets precedent.
Exactly.
So,
and
I don't know what this is. Is it like a remarkable human being that somehow has attained the thing that was supposed to creators? I don't know. Like, is a leftover thing an immortal that was meant to roam the earth and judge humanity based on its final thing and give it its final challenge, which I think we're kind of in right now? I don't know. This is where history and mysticism then blend because you have to understand all these things. Like, what exactly was this thing that gave these beings such power, and how did they tap into all of the forces of the universe itself? Because physics itself tells you that there are multiple forces that are governing reality. The issue is that we don't yet fully understand these forces of reality, which is why we can't tap into them properly. You can understand things like electricity, how it works, how light works, kind of, what quantum mechanics are, sort of. We can't actually get them because the moment we get them is the moment that we don't, so we kind of still live in this weird fucking void space. So it's like a super possibility. That's what quantum mechanics is. It's a thing that's designed to just go beyond your brain, which is annoying somehow because you want to figure it out, but the moment you figure it out is the moment that you haven't figured it out. So it's like, what is it? Right? So this is the type of thing where then mysticism and what is physics as we know today kind of blend together, right? Because it's just a tapping into the universe at a more fundamental level is more advanced. Again, what I'm saying right now is just complete gobbledygook and many different interesting, just kind of a little piecing together thing theory. It's a game theory. It's a game theory. It's reality game theory.
Well, I get it.
Right? Because people get drunk or high, I don't need to get drunk or high to actually explain this. I just kind of think about this. It's fun.
Again, I believe, Scripture says that the truth is written on our hearts, and meaning like we are born with these innate understandings of truth and reality. Even if you didn't know the Bible or didn't learn anything about it, there's been multiple situations where a missionary or something goes into a jungle with these people that have never had contact with humans. They share the gospel, and they already have come up with their own religion that is almost identical to what the Christian missionary is saying. And it's like, how did that happen? So again, there's kind of like a lot of innate human things about us that have this just to our core, these moral, constructs. Again, it's like, why is the Holocaust evil? Why was it evil for him to kill 2 million people? Like, why? It's because there's an innate moral objective value to life that we have, versus an atheistic perspective of, oh, we're just animals. It's a survival of the fittest situation, blah, blah, blah. But, well, then, okay, explain why this is bad and this is good. Oh, well, it's evolutionary, this and that. It's like, no, it is deeper than that. There's more truth out there than people realize that is spiritual. And people don't like spiritual because it's like, you can't see it. But I can't see my breath, but I can feel it when I blow in my hand. So like, there's a lot of things that we don't see. My logic, I can't see my logic right now, but I have a logical mind. I think.
It's also an interesting thing what it's connected to, and this is the thing that mostly depth of understanding is needed for. You actually see where this thing is connected to, because we used to use breath as an indicator for a sign of life, and over time we evolved from that, using other things as an indicator for a sign of life, which is also ironically where the term dead ringer came from, because the indicator for life would be whether or not a glass that was held up against the mouth of the patient, or the person was potentially dead. If it had fogged up, then the person is alive. If not, then the person is declared dead. What they would do is they would actually bury these people under the ground, but attach a string to them, such that if the person were to then reawaken, because that sometimes happened, they could then actually pull the bell, and that is called a dead ringer. This is where the dead ringer comes from.
Yeah.
Funny how that works, right? And so that's like the first indication that was used to kind of say, okay, this is a sign of life. And then the next sign of life that was discovered beyond just the breath itself was, does this being have a pulse? Okay, then beyond that, we discovered, wait a minute, is brain activity still there? The stopping of the heart doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that the brain is dead. And then true death, what is actually true death? Because you have to then consider what the body is made out of, because you're not the only thing that's inhabiting this cooperative instance of biology. You're just the thing that's using it. You're just the consciousness that's functioning through it, that's enabling you to function in this plane of reality, because you're just made out of many different things. You're made out of bacteria, you're made out of all these beautiful, tiny little things that exist inside of you. Each individual cell is its own individual living thing. It's undeniable. It's your beautiful cooperative instance of biology. It's the most amazing thing that you could ever imagine if you really were to think of it biologically. It's beautiful. I love it so much. It's just,
Obviously, as a parent, I feel like I get to experience that on an even more insane level. When you hold a brain,
right? You get to see.
It's amazing.
I hate to say it, I hate to say it in such weird physiological terms, but like, you see this little being here that is going to grow up into something much like you, or like the combination of both beings, and it's like a reactor that transforms this weird carbon-based stuff that's a mesh of what is identifiable to you as substance into this thing that then becomes, the thing that you love most dearly. But still, back to the aspect of the first sign of life, and then the sign of life that we now accept as something that is actually alive, and the definition of what life actually is for a human body, because there's a difference, right? If you're brain dead, because if there's no more oxygen going to the brain, then the brain ceases to function, and at that point, the person's soul has effectively left because there's no connection to that anymore. The body itself is still alive. It is just death is different in the sense, right? Because the body itself can be dead, but the mind, what it is, could technically function independent of the body itself if it were given a new medium to function within, right? We're just this weird receiving. We're just kind of like a receiver, physically speaking, and consciousness can be projected into it, which is also kind of how DMT and the effects of it are explained, where basically you're tuning into the specific frequency that whatever consciousness is, and then if you were to say take these various types of substances, actually this receiver is expanded so much like if you were to say have one radio station, you're tuning into the radio station of consciousness, so to speak. Now you can tune into multiple of them, and this is how these weird experiences are kind of found, where you now are able to parse and perceive other things, like other realities beneath or above you, and even trees, plants, other animals. This plant that you haven't been irrigating in the corner there is screaming at you because it is dehydrated. And it's the weirdest thing on a trip. You think that's a negative trip, that's just another reflection of reality. The plant is screaming at you saying, hey, fuck you, please feed me. That is crazy, that's kind of creepy, but that's interesting, right? So you tap into this adjacent, this greater universe that is all around you, out of which you're actually made. And that's kind of like how consciousness can be explained. And then attaining consciousness itself is more like a sense of awareness as well. Because to be actually conscious, I think, is to have attained a certain level of awareness, a certain level of self-awareness, right? If we look at, say, an animal that functions in a way that is aware to a certain level, we kind of project upon that it has some sort of access to the same thing that we have access to, right? Like if you see a raven, raven birds, they solve problems. We think that looks very human. We see how a monkey does the same thing. We say there's a certain level of awareness to these things because they're aware enough of their surroundings that they can actually manipulate the surroundings to kind of achieve an outcome that they want for themselves, that benefits themselves, right? So this is an interesting thing that you see as well, a certain level of awareness in that sense, right?
Absolutely, and I do believe, obviously, again, from my worldview as a Christian, there is an afterlife and there is a heaven, and that, Scripture says that God will destroy this earth at a certain point and make a new heaven and a new earth on this planet. So we're quite literally walking on what will be the next, heaven. Like people think it's this place in another location, but I actually believe we're actually on what will become new heaven. However, if you don't believe Christianity, you have to at least believe this soul, this thing that exists. That's such a powerful life force or just force. It can't just dissipate into a cloud and go nowhere, right? So, what do you believe happens to consciousness? Like, what happens to your soul when you die? What do you think?
It's always there. I think it's a thing that you just tap into. It's almost like if you wanted to think of it as you are almost like you're like a typewriter on a cosmic tapestry. Each and every single one unique experience feeds into the greater whole. And I think that that's kind of what we're here for. We're here to make choices. We're here to live whatever definition of whatever life is to you. That is what is then collected to the greater. It's like data scraping of reality, but in a more spiritual sense, wherein you're meant to have experiences, you're meant to have all of this, and then that is included within this greater, unified source of all knowledge, of all beings, of everything that ever has been and ever will be. And I think that's kind of cool because that can be then independent of time and then leads to what effectively is the purpose of the universe. Because once the universe itself has run its course and all matter has connected to consciousness and contributed to it in a certain sense, then everything has been transformed and transferred, and the end of the universe is complete. The goal is complete, to extract as much unique information as possible. I actually think the only thing that matters about life itself is the information, right? It's a very almost nihilistic way of seeing the world, but I think it can also be a very spiritual one. I see everything as information. I see you as information. Everyone else is the same thing. I see everyone as programs almost, and I think it's a beautiful thing. It doesn't take anything away from spirituality. As a matter of fact, I'd say it is something that makes me connect to the plight of another individual, an entity that's separate to myself but also similar. It makes me connect to that more, I think, because it makes sense. There are information, they disseminate information, intake it, purify it, maybe even manipulate it, pollute it, whatever else, but they're doing their thing. They're designed there to be doing their thing. You're either supposed to potentially support them, defeat them, or coexist with them. And also within multiple of those choices that are taken, that kind of leads to everything. But it's weird. It's weird. It's like this beautiful thing that exists all around us is in everything, but you can contribute to if you reach a certain level, or potentially different levels of contribution. Because even in nature, there's a level to this. And the trees, for instance, right, they're alive and they can talk to you. You can feel that they are aware of you as well. If you sit there long enough, because they live life differently than you do. You live it on the fast lane. You outlive things by outdying, effectively, right? You look at a tree that's been around for thousands of years, or like an entire forest made out of a singular tree. These things are different. They perceive time differently. They perceive life differently. They have a different purpose. And so you'd sit in the forest for probably a couple hours, then eventually the forest may become aware of you and react to what you're doing, just to be there. That's how you kind of feel this weird deep connection, as it almost feels like it's actually staring into you, which is really cool sometimes. It can be either really creepy or it can be really cool. That's how I rationalize that feeling.
It's so cool that you've come to these conclusions, because I completely agree. And if you try to think from my perspective, a person who truly believes that I'm completely convinced that the Christian Bible is true for a lot of the testimonies that I shared. So from my perspective, everything you're saying is exactly what Scripture has been saying for thousands of years about a creator who gives us a soul. Everything is made for us. He wants relationship with us. When we sin, we are separated from him. There's a feeling of separation there. Why are you willing to look into this more? Because what if what I'm saying literally is true, and you're feeling all these things, which again, it's written in your heart, you feel that it's right and you know that it's right, but you just don't know exactly the perfect thing. How mind-blowing would it be if it really was true and it was written in a book? That's the thing. I think people almost it's human made. People wrote it down. It can't be true, But what if it really was?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think we're actually agreeing here because we are both seeing the same thing but through a different lens. I use it through this lens because I think it makes more sense and it's actually more rational because you can use it more rational from the perspective of something that's current.
Sure.
You can use different metaphors to describe the same thing. I mean, you can literally use a metaphor of various religious scriptures to kind of arrive at the same conclusion that I have, right? So it's seeing the same thing but through a different lens. You can also show people the same thing through these different lenses, depending upon what exactly their frame of reference is of the world, their take on the world, their position within it, whatever and whatnot, right? Because there's different things, you cannot just expect everyone to kind of see it the same way. And I think everyone has a different assessment of that. Neither has ever, yearned or doesn't want to because it doesn't make any sense to you because you're suffering. And you see no hope because there's no inspiration of anything. There's no momentary spark that lights a big fire that burns a raging blaze, which is what is drive and what is willpower, right? It has to be a flame that is fanned by encouragement by the light of another. But in a sense, I think both things that we're saying are true. It is just I came to the realization of these things just by observing life itself, not through the scriptures themselves. I actually looked at the scriptures later because I started seeing parallels myself, and I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And you kind of merge the knowledge, but it is just an observation of life and how it functions.
Absolutely.
Especially so if you come to the same conclusion, you can say that as kind of an
somewhat
advocacy for the reality that these people.
I think the main difference is, again, because I believe in this faith, Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. That is an exclusive thing. That means, I believe, if you don't receive the grace that Jesus is providing for free with his hand raised out from his death and resurrection, that you won't have a relationship with God. You won't have eternity with him. So that's why there is a strong feeling of, hey, please consider this, because I truly believe if you don't surrender your life to Jesus, that you will actually die and you will not live forever, with him. So there's a bit of a urgency and a seriousness to it too.
Well, I know what you mean. I don't disagree. I see it a little differently. So I actually don't see it as one particular event because you're actually just dying over time. There's no way to describe it. You live and you grow, but you're also dying since the moment that you've been born into the world. So the transactional element of your soul passing on happens over time. It just is like an upload almost, right?
There is
where it's still written by you and by the choices that are given to you. You are taking those choices. That's what you're meant to do. It's what you're always meant to do. And then you will receive something perhaps at the end of time, but I don't think that should be the primary thing that drives you. I think the primary thing that drives you should be to be as useful as you can to other human beings and to provide them with the courage to live well and die well, which I think is exactly what that is. Do you feel complete at the end of your path that you can see the end? You can always see the end. You'll be caught by surprise. You'll be caught by surprise always, because right until the very end, you'll think you can somehow, persevere past death. You'll be surprised at dying. Actually, this is what I've seen with most people. They're actually surprised that they can die when they eventually.
It's a part of the experience, and I think consciousness goes outside of time and space axioms. So it's it's actually
what we just described. Yes, sort of.
It's actually I think it's eternal, and it doesn't really have start or end. It's just always there, and we're just the pinnacle of novelty, like an aperture through which universe looks at and becomes aware of itself. And death itself, if you think about it, it's stateless, right? Like when the body is there, it doesn't move. It doesn't have a state. So it's just the next event is just occurring afterwards, and it just doesn't really end.
Well, that's beyond that. But I mean, what I'm saying is about the actual transfer of the being of the self, right? Because the moment that you're born is the moment you're beginning to die. Every 7 years, because all of your cells are dying too. This is the thing that you're made up of. This is the thing through which you see everything. Every 7 years, the thing that is you is no longer you. You by nature of what you're made out of. Technically speaking, you do know very well within yourself that you are always you. It is just that physically you change. It's this thing that's within inside of you that just kind of doesn't. The true personality of yourself will always stay there. And this is the thing that powers through at the end, and this is what your soul is, this is what your consciousness is. I think it generally, if you yourself have a desire to do bad things, you yourself are aware of the fact that these are the things you will be driven to do. Because that's what you've chosen. Perhaps it's an inclination of yourself, but that is the path that eventually you have kind of surrendered yourself to, because there is an act of surrender in that. So you could choose to do something that is quite evil, perhaps even prolong your own existence through the evil acts of destroying other things and corruption, or potentially you could do it differently and say, when my time comes, the time comes, and you choose a different form of surrender, where you surrender to a different side of the choice. That is how I see life itself. It is a continual thing, and I think we're speaking kind of even with Wiggle, I don't entirely agree here, because the way that time works is it's a trap. It's a moment. We don't see anything. We're just seeing an after image every single time. We're just scraping things as we're going along. We're actually trapped in this moment that is now. We're not going anywhere. We're sitting in place faster. We're like a window, and through it passes the universe itself. We're sitting in place. We're not going anywhere. Everything else is moving through us. Literally is moving through us.
Yeah, there
Just like states in which that's how entropy works, right? Because at the end of time, it's the final state of energy, as all things are made of it, right? All matter, all particles, everything comes to a halt, and then there is nothing. There is completion. There is true peace. There is true end. It's unfortunate, especially for the filter that we are, because we don't want to think about the end, because we can't perceive it, because we're made out of the stuff. It's our filter, it's our lens. We can't imagine the world without it. But that's, I think, what we're here for. And that's what consciousness is, and that's what all of this is, and it's just a choice. You get to choose yourself.
Do you think the consciousness is fundamental and renders reality in our...
Apps? I mean, it does. I mean, you're right now, you're looking at, say, the lens.
Reality with our brain, right?
Look at a lens within a camera and tell me that looks exactly like what your eyes are. So there's a very fundamental way in which your body has been constructed by nature that you are then, that's this observation of how this body is constructed. You're then kind of reflecting into reality. Like, essentially, the creations of a enlightened people are one that are very peaceful and try to defeat and minimize as much suffering as possible, and that you can see, because it's a projection of what they truly are. Everything that you are doing in life is just a projection of what you are. There's nothing else to it. It is, well and truly you. Your actions are yours, and it shows you who you really are on the inside, right? Because you can't pretend that. That's reality, and that's what makes reality, and that's also what makes reality for everyone else. That's why when you have a consensus on reality, you can achieve some really interesting things. Like, say, for instance, you have a consensus on reality that's enforced by technology. And this technology would be a factory that manufactures the stuff out of which concrete is made. And now you have a consensus of reality, what needs to be built with it, that then creates a skyscraper. This is an impossible thing for the singular mind to achieve, to build a skyscraper. It's not doable within a singular lifetime. Yet, however, the consensus has literally manufactured it and willed it into existence. And that's massive. So that shows you everything's connected, and that everything is just, controlled and impacted by the choices of everything else. And some choices, that signal that you have, can be strong and overpowering over everything else, which leads you to have higher states of responsibility. You just do more things, right? That's why you have the responsibility to do better.
But
you always have the responsibility.
I agree with you, though. Like, there is no past or future. There's only one eternal now. And
well, so it's an eternal now, which eventually becomes devoid of all states that things travel through. Which is,
exactly.
That's also where
keep
going back. That's where I believe too. It's like the God, whatever you want to say, had to have been a non-created being that has always existed in the eternal now, right? Because we do see things linearly in the way that we're situated. We have, the earth was created, we are born and then we die. But like, in order for this being to construct the universe, kind of has to be an eternal now figure that has never been created and has always existed. What do you think of that?
Oh yeah, of course. Has always been there. I mean, imagine wouldn't it be funny if we ourselves are just trying to answer a question for the greater thing that has always existed? and we're like woke up to this eternal being at some point, or however we reached there, we ask, so how did we, where did you come from? Like, what is this? Where are we from? What's our purpose? I'm like, I don't know, man. You've been here this whole time. I'm just rearranging things to, find the answer to that question myself. I don't know. That would be funny. That would be kind of a reason for why there's so much humor in the world, right? We're just like laughing about this. You kind of meet the maker because you are part of that maker. You're just a fraction of that consciousness trying to make sense of the world. Like I've always been, let's make sense of what this is and why there is like a transferal state. Let's make sense of all of it by playing through every event and just filtering through it, just literally filtering through everything that literally is, and then getting an answer and understanding for what this is. And then this thing that is complete that has an answer or a fraction of it perhaps is there. And it just says, man, I don't know either. We just made you to find out. It would be funny. That would be funny. I think personally, if there was any kind of identity that's been left of me in the greater scheme of things, in this like cell web of consciousness, I would laugh. I would laugh away. I understand this. This is me. Thank you. I've enjoyed my time. That's. I would laugh. I would enjoy it. I would be fulfilled in my time. I would feel much closer to the creator in that sense, because the same question that we were asking was that creator's question all along.
Yeah.
You just need to figure it out and see how many permutations there are for the answer, which then would make sense, because then that's the reason why an opposing force exists, right? The opposing force exists because it's the opposite of what we're doing right now, and our pontifications, right?
Yeah.
It is powerful too, much like us. You are the same. We're just approaching different sides at the same point. The only way to move forward is actual coexistence with a little bit of friction, because that's how balance is maintained.
Yeah.
This is why I think there are cycles to the earth and why everything kind of like resets at the end of a natural disaster. So,
I mean, there's been more and more natural disasters than ever, in the last 100 years or whatever, and it continues to. I mean,
I don't know if that's entirely true, because if nobody would tell you about these natural disasters occurring, would you really be aware of them?
Good point. We've expanded across the globe, so we're able to see them happen. You're right.
Before we had a communication system that would have allowed us to observe this and know this, we would have never known that somewhere in the tropical south there is a storm that's ripping apart a civilization. We don't know about this. We didn't know about this. Now we do, because we observed it. So I think we're actually seeing more information, and we're more aware of the world than ever before.
Well,
and we're actually measuring more things. So at least they're kind of quote cognitive bias, because again, an assessment of reality, right?
I did a quick Google check, and according to 1960, it has gone from 711 to now 3,536. So that is a quantifiable, factual, track of it, right? So, but when you consider the scale of the Earth and how big it is, going from 700 to 3,000 actually isn't that great, I guess you could say, depending on how big the Earth is. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we've become very much more aware, not only ourselves but nature itself. So,
Indeed.
Just say.
Indeed.
And again, I've reiterated this many times, and I've actually written this out as well, so that it's like out there in the public like record, that I think truth is just a statistical conclusion, right? So we've come to the statistical conclusion that there's an increase of certain events, because statistically we haven't had any data points to kind of prove the opposite. Like you say, for instance, we now know that there's more storms, then technically without this essential context of becoming more self-aware, we would just think, okay, you know what, there's actually been an increase in storms as opposed to an increase of awareness. So,
good point.
That's it. Maybe there's like a connection to the increase of self-awareness that then leads to more of a actions taken that could potentially bring new types of mistakes to it as well that we can learn from, which can cause massive amounts of destruction, because how do you deal with a natural disaster? And that answer is just mind-blowing, because there will be two factions. One that surrender to the fate of understanding that a disaster can occur and say, here's what we can do to resist the disaster. Another side chooses to then kill the disaster. Imagine if you had the power to take down a disaster. How do you defeat a disaster? As opposed to enduring it, how do you defeat it? that's where the separation then occurs in terms of choices. I don't know what it means when you take on the stance of defeating a disaster, because that I believe is the moment where you start to think in terms of engineering nature, which, interestingly enough, is a parallel to how we endure a disaster. Like, we defeat it by also enduring it, which is in that we don't really fight it, we just kind of limit its reach by saying, for instance, okay, we know that when a storm comes, the waves of the ocean will pound into our civilization. So what do we do within the stable period, which is, I think, about 3/4 of a year long? We build a seawall to retain, or like an actual retaining wall, to basically make sure that we keep the water out, or that we lessen the impact. Just in England, you have these beautiful houses. I have no idea how they still exist with all the impact of the waves that they've had. You just have this huge wall around us, which then takes the force of the waves, allowing the house to keep existing. Right? You have beaten the disaster by enduring it. Or you say averting a disaster by saying, oh, here there's a potential for a ship to crash into this thing, so we put a lighthouse there. The lighthouse is specifically constructed to endure disaster, not defeat it. Defeats it by enduring it. Now the question is, what controls a disaster entirely? How does the energy manage this thing from occurring? That's where then the divide of the two mindsets occurs. Now the question is, which one of these is good or bad, right? This is like the beginning, the place where you begin to challenge nature in this way is where you're actually going to war with the very nature of what is itself. That I think is fascinating. By the way, wiggle or Blythe, if you see a person named XKCD Hat Guy, I'll make sure that up.
Oh wow, that's the guy who explained the fourth dimension,
yes.
Right, on YouTube.
yeah. But so if you don't, it'll be fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. You were talking about this earlier, the destruction, trying to defeat, things. But it's like you can see it in humanity. Like when we start to damage ourselves and start damaging others. Look at the fall of Rome. You look at obviously this ancient civilization that seems to have been wiped out by a flood. Maybe even the downfall of our societies that are happening right now. People are kind of damaging themselves, they're damaging others. You just start to see a downfall of society. And again, it's this kind of yin and yang of surrendering your life to some sort of faith. Again, whether it's what you believe or what I'm saying, but like I feel like culture in general has kind of like set those ideologies aside and started just focusing on themselves and obsessing on themselves and what they believe. And I am this, I am that, I'm going to do this, I'm going to kill that, I'm going to do, have sex with this thing. And it's just like this insane kind of self-destruction that occurs. I mean, you look at ancient Rome and what was happening in the debauchery of that society, and then it fell. So it's like, it's an interesting thing. I mean, again, I just read it in Genesis 6, the downfall of that society, how they were these supernatural alien beings, whatever you want to call it, that were having sex with women and then creating these hybrid creatures that then God was like, hey, that's pretty messed up. I'm going to destroy everything now. So.
That would be interesting. Definitely not the way it ended. Yeah, I feel like we don't actually disagree. We're kind of agreeing on the same thing. We're just seeing it through a different lens, right? I kind of like to take the lens of physics more often because I find that is my way of safety and my understanding of reality, right? It's very statistical, it's very reasonable. It actually as a framework that allows me to acquire additional reasoning, that allows me to understand more things about the world and potentially how to better shape it, because it's all about shaping, right? There's no objective difference. Because everybody wants to shape the world a certain way. It's just that you have a different means go about it.
Yeah, for sure. Wiggle and Blythe, did you guys have any thought? I mean, we just went on a crazy. By the way, Adrian, that was like, thank you so much for listening and letting me have this conversation. It was like really fun. I really enjoyed it.
Did you really know I had this with myself? It's kind of funny because the last time something like this occurred was when I was like talking to someone about Bitcoin, and it's like I just get into these tangents. I just realize I have so much information left over like information outside of myself that if a proper flow state is reached, I can just like go in any direction, which is really cool.
So there's some other speakers, speakers and co-hosts here. Did you guys have any input or thoughts on what we were saying? Like, I'm curious.
Yeah, well, I'm not religious, but it's kind of interesting to hear a little bit from your perspectives and stuff like that. So it was definitely an interesting conversation. Yeah.
Well, Wise actually said something really interesting to me the other day. He said, actually quite a while back, he said the simulation works in mysterious ways. And that is like the point where I began to say, you know what, there is a direct connection of whatever the belief in a simulation is and whatever religion is, whichever bit may be. Because that tape was like, yeah, boy. That was great.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you and I, Adrian, are pretty much on the same path. It's just I'm looking at it through this lens here, right? So.
So it's up.
For sure.
What is this? Elon Musk watches DBZ confirmed. Huh?
Did you see Elon's post on the first city on Mars name, Terminus?
Yeah, I think you mentioned this a bunch of times before, actually. I have to look it up and understand the reference.
Did you see also, I know this is completely off topic, but the gun emoji is now back on X officially?
Yes.
Yeah. Doge.
Actual gun. I didn't want a water gun, man. I want the actual gun. So yeah, the actual guns. They had I had a placeholder that was created for the actual gun. Now they've taken a more official gun. Just use that.
Yeah. It always was a gun to begin with, right? And then they decided, oh, this is too violent. It's a cartoon image of a gun.
Really? Now we have like a water pistol, so that's less violent, I guess. Yeah. What if somebody were like put waterborne diseases in that gun? Because I think that's definitely something that some people would do. But I'm saying, like, this could still be lethal. You never know. It's actually probably worse.
Especially in the UK.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Now you have ultimate delivery system. Like, dude.
Man, what is going on over there? Like, I saw a video of a judge putting somebody in jail for 26 months for posting something on Facebook. I just can't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, same. And it's actually, they want to like reach over that a little bit more and go into saying we will extradite people from the U.S. They literally said to people in the U.S., we will come after you. Like, whoa!
The statement to Elon about his conversation with Trump, right? It was like, it came from somebody, I don't remember who it was, but he's like, you cannot say this, this goes against our policy. I'm like, hey, I'm an American, I own this platform, I'm talking to another American, and shut up. Like,
no, but he was, I believe it was activism, because he was then he was basically lectured afterwards from the EU real authorities that it was activism.
Yeah, of course. That's interesting little backlash to that one. I actually want to get back into that as well.
And then, by the way, Elon said that there was some sort of attack on the space. Has that been proven to be true? Because obviously the media is saying that's a lie. It's just too many people, and he didn't have servers that could handle it.
Well, I mean, let's rely on the software specialists, just recently turned software specialists of the world, which are somehow tedious. At the same time, it becomes situational experts at every situation that they don't have a single fucking clue what life is because they're literally reading something that's written for them and they're passing it through them, so they only ever know a representation of someone else's reality. So whatever they say, I don't truly believe in. They're not even a person. They're like actual NPCs, in my opinion. You may as well just like feed me AI-generated content. I'd actually feel much better about reading that because it feels less exploitative towards individuals. But literally, it was an actual DDoS attack. It was an actual DDoS attack. It is proven. Yes, Periscope was attacked because every single feature related to live features, which are all Periscope-based, were down. Collectively, live streams, everything down. Everything. Yeah. And they cannot make the argument that capacity was an issue, is because I literally saw the ex-employees testing the space's capacity before this even went live, with up to from anywhere between 2 to 4 million people connected at the same time. It's not people, but like a person who test accounts, but those connections were there. So it was definitely not a capacity issue because all across spaces, there were only about up to 3 million total people connected, right? Even with live streams included, up to 3 million, because we're up to only 2.22 million, roughly about, almost also 3 on the space itself, connected at any one given moment in time, live listening. So you can actually see that it definitely was not a capacity issue. And look, it is obvious that that was an attack. And what is media going to say? What is your professional background in software? What do you actually know? Where's your facts? Can you like explain to me how exactly you came to this exact conclusion? Like, what was your analysis of this? Were you there? Are you able to actually back up the fact that there were spaces testing the capacity beforehand? Probably not, which means I'm actually a better reporter than you, even though that's not my career, which is honestly fucking terrifying. So I don't know, man. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's crazy. I mean, this is the same people that are telling you that I am Elon Musk. It's like, okay, sure, let's believe them. Why don't we? You know, it's crazy. Like, I mean, I understand there's obviously a resemblance, but who the fuck? How is Elon Musk supposed to be speaking this fast, this late in the day? Absolutely not. Actually, almost early, right? There's no way that this is possible. You know, I'm obviously a different person. It becomes exceedingly obvious now. I'm not trying to hide it at all. And how am I supposed like? How does that make sense? You know, to have an account that's extremely publicly known to the point it's been almost seen by billions. Like, how does that make any sense for you know? But that's besides the point, right? We're trying to deal with this kind of thing.
Well, I was just kind of praying that everything would go well because I was like, any little hiccup they're gonna just use as anything. And thankfully, once it started rolling, the space went off without a hitch. Like it thankfully, you know, which I was concerned about, but unfortunately, that little intro there just, you know, gave them something to hook onto and lie about. But anyways, it is what it is. I hope, I think, didn't Trump or somebody was saying that he'll come on again, like once a week or something? That'd be pretty cool.
I would hope that this guy comes back every now and then. It's very good for campaigning, and I think it sticks within his contractual obligations, so it should be perfectly fine. So.
And yeah, I mean, my viewpoint is like, you know, as I was sharing stuff, it's like, look, you know, Kamala, people were talking about this. It's like, hey, let her speak, like get her up there and see what happens.
Yeah, I hope they do speak. I think it's always a responsibility because.
Yeah, I really hope so.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna happen.
Elon offered her to come and have a conversation, and I think like that's what they should really do. Like they should accept and they should discuss. You know, like that would be a good thing to do. You know, but for some strange reason, it will be boycotted likely, and you know, found all kinds of wrong reasons not to do it.
So again, I'm an American. You know, I live here. I've always been here. It's like it is interesting how many people like I hear an accent in your voice. Like, does the whole entire world like focus on American politics? Because like I'll see Australian news.
No, I'm here as well. So
okay, cool. Yeah. Gotcha. That's awesome. Cool. Welcome. You're a welcome immigrant, I assume. So we're happy to have you. Where do you live? Or you don't have to tell me. It's all good. But it is interesting, like British media, Australian media, constantly talking about American politics. I guess it's just fascinating to everybody.
Well, because it is like the you know the like a lot depends on the world. Kind of depends on what's happening in U.S.
Sure.
So I think it's significant like force in the world.
Yeah, totally. Cool. Well, what else do we want to talk about?
It's kind of like drip science, yeah. And these are literally this is what the conversation is all about. I feel like this is a really good format, and I think it kind of really goes well.
Yeah.
I like this. It's fun. We're doing this more often. I may not be able to do it tomorrow because I have a thing going on. I still have to like contact. So I'm happy to say that we either have to delay the show or do it earlier because we've done X ads analysis. So because I have something to do. It's annoying because you'd have to have the.
Okay, you don't have to do these every day. We don't expect that. I do a space every week, every Thursday called Thumbnail Thursday. Shameless plug, but it's a community of thumbnail designers and creators who just nerd out about YouTube thumbnails. So I'll be doing that tomorrow night.
Cool. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Have you experimented with the video feature in Spaces, and do you guys know any like updates on that?
No, video feature is useless. I'll be honest with you, the video feature inside of Spaces is useless because it's like kind of mobile bound at the moment.
Exactly.
If it's desktop bound, then it would be game changing. Because if it was desktop enabled, you could actually then show stuff that's on your screen because you can actually control the audio source and you can control the video source via virtual camera. So that is something that we would need.
Yes.
You know, beyond that, the video feature is just worthless. It doesn't have any application for me personally.
I'm also just dying to simply on desktop use it and then use my interface so I can use my good microphone. Like I'm just dying to have that. I know it's kind of there, but it's just the interface is really bad and I don't trust it.
Actually, no, just a lot of the interface elements, it's just the audio control that you really need. Everything else you do with your phone. You can have multiple instances connected to the same thing. I do it all the time.
So you used a like an actual podcast microphone instead of just like your phone for a mic?
When I want to, yes. At the moment, not, which I'm pretty sure is kind of obvious in a sense.
Yeah.
Even though I think that the audio quality is actually pretty good still.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have when I know where the microphone in my phone is, so I speak directly at it.
Yeah.
Most of the get is my voice, so I know exactly the distance to speak.
Like an Uber,
right? Basically. Yes, like what I was saying earlier in the day, you have to like kind of sit there or stand there horizontally, like kind of horizontally hold your phone. Well, you're not supposed to sit there horizontally, but the phone you're supposed to hold it horizontally like a sandwich and like talk into it as if you were an Uber driver that has to deal with like 18 kids.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it's a bit of an exaggeration, but it works, you know?
Yeah, and you gotta realize too, this microphone that's built into the phone is tuned only for the human voice. Other microphones may be used for drums and guitars and amplifiers, but this microphone and the EQ process that's happening internally is designed specifically and only for the human voice. So it's very good, and obviously Apple, I'm on an iPhone, they have some noise cancellation going on as well. That is just built into the API that I don't think anybody can get around. So yeah, it's gotten really good, and it continues to get better and better with each phone. But yeah, I think it uses the microphones on the camera on the back to kind of create a noise cancellation as well. So like it's listening outside of the microphone that you're talking into to determine like, okay, there's these other sounds going on, let's suppress that with noise cancellation. So it's really smart. It's not just a mic stuck on a phone. It's doing a lot of smarts.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, hey, I gotta run. I'm gonna, I got 2 hours to finish some work before I go to bed. But I really, again, Adrian, I want to thank you for allowing me to.
We'll see if we can actually do one tomorrow. We'll probably do the ads one or even delay that one. We'll see how that works out. I messaged Solar, so see if he actually responds to that.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll have that. Or I'll just have the classic that I usually have. So yeah, then potentially maybe you can push that because I have a lot of other things that I need to do. We'll see how it works out. Because holy shit, man, tomorrow's going to be a busy day for me. Holy fucking Christ, I'm going to be completely blocked off.
Can you share anything with us about what's going on?
No, unfortunately not. It's like that's a mostly classified thing, but yeah. Oh my god. Anyways, it's a huge thing, but kind of like approach with optimism. Otherwise, you see the huge workload, and you're going, oh fuck, yeah, but it works out. I like this. It's kind of. I actually feel like this is one of the best times of the day to do this at. Or like the evening rather, because this is where most of the energy kind of culminates for most of the day. So we have next level performance, and the space has been going really well, I think, as far as the show. Increased listeners every day.
That's great.
But even like encourage people to vote with this and present their thing here in this show format, because I think this will actually work.
Totally.
Because the reach is much higher. Actually, you want to do if we do the space tomorrow, you kind of want to do the thumbnail discussion right here in my space, perhaps.
I would be honored to do. I mean, if you'll have me, I'd be happy to. I do it every.
I mean, but it's so much reach because I'm pretty sure most people would want to know about this as well. It goes beyond just YouTube itself. You can do the same thing with thumbnails on X as well. Via the media studio, you can actually choose an image.
No, we constant. The way it works is I have 2 or 3 different hosts that are all they live in different countries, but they're thumbnail artists. They co-host with me, and then we'll roast the listeners' thumbnails they'll submit, and then I'll use the feature, where you can share the images on the top, of the space here, and so we'll look at it. But the last couple of weeks, I've had some amazing guests on. I had Mr. Beast's thumbnail designer on, and I interviewed him, and people got to ask him questions, and then last week we had a competition, so I did we gave away $500 to somebody who, we gave them a challenge and they did it, and yeah, so it's been a fun thing. I've really enjoyed it. But yeah, I have it scheduled for 8 p.m. tomorrow, my time, Central Standard Time. So, I could change it to 9. You do yours at 9 Eastern?
We can also make 8. I think we can also make 8 work.
Okay, that's my time. I mean, that is 9 p.m. Eastern. So I don't know what.
We can make 8 work. I can make 8 work.
No, but
Okay.
that's exactly 9 Eastern, what is currently we started. So
Well, there you go. That's perfect.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you want me to do it, I'd be happy to, of course. I'd love to.
Yeah, sure. We'll do this. So we want to start at 8, is it, or?
Exactly the same, Adrian, as
It's
9.
the same.
9.
As before, so okay, cool. Good. There's no change. It's just
I didn't.
the conversation that's like thumbnails.
I didn't realize that. That it was the same time. So that's perfect. Great. Okay.
Epic.
And I always turn them into podcasts as well, and like upload it as a video with time code. So I have a camera in my desk and set up that I record and then post that as a video later. So if that's okay, I'd love to record it and then
Yeah.
share it as a video later. But yeah, cool. Okay.
I'll keep the technologies to non-existence then.
Okay. How do you want to, do this? Are you going to schedule it on your account, and then I'll just tweet it out on my end and get people aware that it's.
Yeah, sure. I could do this right now. I can go for see how we power this thing back on. This thing died mid-conversation while I was like talking to you. So yeah.
Nice. Oh yeah, we got into it. Cool. I'll delete I have a scheduled space already for tomorrow, but I'll just delete it and then I'll share yours. And then we have a Thumbnail Thursday community as well with about 2,000 people in that. So I'll post it in there. And yeah, it is a niche, but it was a niche that wasn't. Sorry, did I cut out?
No, you're there.
I locked my phone. I was worried that it cut me out, but yeah, it's a niche that wasn't being served on X, and I was like, hey, why isn't there a space for thumbnail designers to come together? We're an international group of artists, and we've got some guys in there that have done hundreds of billions of views, with their thumbnails, and it's a really interesting craft, and there's really only a handful of us out there kind of making all the thumbnails. It's really interesting when you think about it. So, at the moment, AI can't take over because there's so much human psychology involved in understanding what makes a good YouTube thumbnail. And I just hope that X continues to advance the video features to look more and more like YouTube, because I think this platform has a lot of potential as well for, utilizing that. I replace thumbnails all the time in the media studio on X, like you're saying, but it's a little different. People view videos differently here, but.
So how shall we name it? I could just say thumbnail design, the conversation, or like what would be your preferred title?
Well, I've kind of branded it and always called it Thumbnail Thursday, so people would know what that is if you put that there. But you could feel free to. We could add something else around it, or but that would make the most sense to my audience.
So I could actually. Sure. I can create the thumbnail Thursday and then just have like a dash and then the conversation extra.
Yeah, sure.
That sound good?
Totally. And
would you like it recorded? Would you like it recorded or unrecorded?
Recorded. Yeah, that'd be great. That way I can pull it and re-edit it into a video podcast. That'd be great.
Great. Awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, cool. I'll see if I can get like a great guest on. There's a couple of people that I've been trying to line up, and this now gives me a good excuse to get them to agree to it. So I'll see if I can get somebody on that would be interesting. So
cool.
Cool.
Epic.
Well, thank you guys. This is great. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thanks for
It's
coming.
gonna be fun. I can't believe I just met you guys like yesterday, and here we are, like talking about the existence of humanity and collaborating on spaces together.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, we move fast, so it's supposed to catch the vibe and run with it.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, cheers.
All right.
See you, Nick. I see you're still there. Maybe you're asleep by now, but
Okay.
all right.
Yeah.
Cheers. Take care, guys.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna send him the link. Yeah, I think we'll just kind of like shut it down here. This is an amazing space, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, awesome stuff. Although there's only one lady present, so the ladies aspect is actually kind of a fun one. Yeah, what's this guy? What's his name again? Screen name?
Let me check. His screen name is DVDALTIZER. That's his handle.
Oh yeah, nice. David Alzer.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, there you go. It's there. It's awesome. Wait, hold up. Actually, I have to edit. So, yeah. Perfect. Great. So yeah. Awesome stuff. We'll continue this tomorrow. And yeah, see you all there. Thumbnail Thursday.
See you there.
See you tomorrow. With the content. See you tomorrow. Life is always subliminal. Life is always beautifully subliminal.